What up? Welcome back to another stream. Back in the lab today. I'm going to continue building out this SaaS production app, project management app that I've been building. Worked a little bit offline last night to kind of figure out the last thing that I had talked about before I signed off, which was how to manage deletion on this type of app. Not gonna lie, kind of whooped my ass a little bit. Like definitely whooped my ass a little bit. Not necessarily the coding part or figuring out necessarily how to build it with the code, but basically kind of understanding all of the possible edge cases and trying to fill in those gaps and just user experience and try to keep this as intuitive as possible. Honestly, that's been kind of been my experience with this entire app is not necessarily the coding part. It's all pretty standard affair for everything that I'm trying to do and have done so far, but understanding how to kind of piece everything together and build a very intuitive, smooth user experience has definitely been the hardest part along this kind of journey I've been on. And it happened again. Like last night was definitely tough to figure out all the ins and outs of how I could figure out how to handle deletion, but I think I came to a pretty decent baseline of solid understanding and foundations for if I need to change things or add things and tweak things in the future or fill in the gaps. I think I've got a pretty good baseline to kind of start at. So basically, I mean, the main problem that I was facing was since this is a kind of project client management type of app, and I don't want to just revoke all access to, let's say, projects or tasks or just kind of the history of what has been happening. For businesses, you need to have records, you need to have posterity, not only for just your records, but for, potential like legal issues in the future. And vice versa for a client, you want to be able to have access to everything that you have done transactionally with said like workspace or business or whatever. So basically figuring out how to manage deletion and that kind of sense because ultimately nothing is truly deleted on these types of apps. You kind of need to keep everything for, like I said, for posterity, for legal purposes, for records. And so basically I had to come up with the whole soft deletion system, which, for the projects itself and messages and all that was already set up. But in terms of trying to figure out basically how to, let's say a user, for example, deletes their account. Okay, so then what happens with the client record? What happens with that project? What happens with, what I mean? Because if I hard delete it, then pretty much breaks the entire process of workspaces and projects and organizations will not be able to access that project, and it basically becomes orphaned, and it just makes it very difficult and unintuitive. It just doesn't feel right for something like this. And then again, what if Workspace deletes a client record? Should that delete the user? Should that remove the user from getting access to said project? Because there's a lot of like very um, there's a lot of opportunities in that process for misuse. For example, say like you can just if I could just unilaterally cut off a client from transaction history, but they're trying to sue me or they're trying to do whatever, that's not good. That's not good for that. So basically, I need to still allow access no matter what kind of side of the coin removes himself from that, whether it is a workspace, an owner, or a client. So basically, I kind of fell on this kind of soft deletion flow. So basically, I added I'll just go through right now. This is also for me to kind of catch up on what everything I did last night. Basically, I added some deleted at tables, as you can see, deleted by to all the areas that needed, which should be tasks, projects, messages, all that. They all got a field called let's see where is it? Deleted at. So instead of hard deleting and fully removing the user or whatever from my database, instead I had to basically rewire Better Off's endpoints and use my own custom ones. So it's no longer using the Better Off flow. Instead, I'm calling my own localized API and then telling it basically set this deleted at to the time that it was deleted at. And then basically once that's in there, you go back in visually and programmatically and basically guard and conditionally scope everything so that if a user is marked as deleted at, then they no longer get access to the app and everything else, but they still remain so that the project can have that continued posterity, and basically records, so it can see who I was talking to, when I was talking to, when they sent everything. So you still have all the information that you need, but that user no longer has access. And that's kind of the route I did, and that's a lot harder to kind of figure out than I thought, because there's a lot of edge cases. So, for example, one of the hardest edge cases that took me minutes to kind of figure out. So, let's say a user deletes their account. Should that break that? And that basically breaks their link to a client record, because the client record has a foreign key of that specific user ID. But let's say, for example, that user re-registers with that same email, which I also had to allow. Should that, and I already have a system that kind of already automatically links emails to user accounts, so that you can get that kind of relationship between the client record and the user record. Is particularly useful for when I'm inviting somebody to a project. I just enter an email, it sends the invite with the Better Off's magic link. They click it, it basically automatically creates a user account, and once they set a password, it then finds the matching emails between the client and the user, and then it links them together based on the user ID foreign key. But once you're deleted, let's say, for example, a user is using a business email, for example, and said business removes them from they get fired, they leave, whatever, and then that business reuses that email. So then another user basically has that same email account, and if they were to register back onto the site, they shouldn't automatically get full access to all of that other client's records. So I basically had to figure out how to chain those things together, and that was kind of that was definitely kind of challenging. But what I basically ended up on doing is that you can have duplicate accounts. Once a user account is deleted, the only way it can truly be recovered with the client records is if it's from manual verification, which is the route to go. Otherwise, you basically get a new user ID, but you with that same new email, so you get no access to that other client, and there is no auto linking, and then vice versa. So let's say a user is deleted from a client record by deleting their account, that client record becomes archived. And then let's say, again, I need to use that email and send another invite, that same email to another project. Instead of basically reviving that old client record, it's just making another client record with that same email, but with a different client ID and user ID. So you don't get cross mixing. That was very difficult to figure out, but I did in the end. So basically now today I need to go in and I need to do a lot of testing, to manual testing, to verify that things work as they are supposed to be. So here's my delete account. This is my custom endpoint that I use to basically replace Better Off's deletion, because it's not going to work for this kind of setup that I'm trying to do, which is soft deletions, and Better Off is just hard deletion, completely nulling out the records in the database that can no longer be recovered. But in this one, again, I basically hijacked that with my own endpoint, and customly, instead of fully deleting, I just update my deleted at field with the new date, and then give it the deleted by user ID. And then if all of that isn't, and this is a, let's say, okay, then you delete Better Off sessions and accounts. So that basically removes all their live sessions and account access right out the back. So that you still want to keep that. And then here I'm archiving all my linked client records. So, okay, that client record that is associated with this gets archived. So you can no longer kind of basically work without from the workspace. And then same thing for members. Like, so basically just a lot of re-engineering the deletion endpoints that were originally handled by the Better Off. But since I'm doing soft deletion, I had to basically figure out how to do that, and I was able to do that, I think, to a pretty good degree. So I'm gonna go figure this out right now, do some testing, and see that everything is working. Create another user. Matter of fact, let's go there. Come in here. Yeah, project. Now let's check my client records. I don't know what. Carol, what up, Rob? What you want today? Let's check this. All right, so let's do this. Let's just say this is just a test. Again, let's. Then you finally finish moving all your files over. Then that was like what, 2 days, 3 days? It took you a minute. All right, let's create a new client. Let's give them a name. All right, let's try that. So send this, create this project. So we'll create a new client for this flow to test that sock deletion works. Student coding N5Y. Hi, what up, dog? All right, so I created that project. Invited client. Client joins. So client sends a password. Should still work. Cool. Still makes the auto link. So it still auto links as it should. They get access. Say for example, start the project. Let's just create some messages. All right, so just added some messages. Let me give. More so compartmentalizing everything was what took the longest. I have like 5 different live boots now. So now what you're doing? Since you moved, why'd you move everything over? You were starting like a new computer, or you trying to back everything up? All right, let me guard this. This shouldn't be showing. Okay, let's go. All right, cool. Can remove. All right, that's right. Make sure it still works. Current email, cool. This needs a gap. Let's go here. Planning for when they come for you eventually. I mean, yeah, you said you were learning hacking, so I mean that's definitely smart. What was he doing? Okay, because my first card is where is it? Let's go. That's bookmark. Uh, that's better. All right, let's remove this margin right. All right, better. All right, so I do. All right, let's come here. Dashboard, projects, got the messages. So let's come in here. All right, so I see the messages. Hey, and cool. Now let's create a task. Onboarding. In this form, right? Standard, blah blah blah. Create that. I'd like to do this again. Let's go login or list other website designs that you like. Provide the full URL. All right, so there's two tasks, and then all right. So what am I doing? All right, so if I come back, all right, cool. So I can't cancel because there's active projects. Cool. Or I can't archive. Cool. Let's do this. Let's go. All right, so So basically, I'm testing soft deletion. So if Tommy here were to, let's say, delete their account, it should mark the project as archived, and the workspace should still have access to it, but only read only. That's what should happen. All right, so right now they have access. Let's say AI just started, right? Cool. That started. I'll leave that in progress. So complete one. In review. All right, we'll leave it like that. So then let's say he comes here. For whatever reason, he deletes his account. Account will be permanently deleted, and you remove from workspaces. Delete. Okay, account deleted. So I should not be able to get back in there. Cool, invalid. Now, check my database. Why don't I? Go to my clients. You can see it's still here. It still has a user ID associated, but if I come to my users, Tommy, should have, where is it? Deleted that right here. Should say, what's my deleted by? Delete that. All right, so where's my deleted by? No. All right, so it's not in there. It's only my members. So delete that. All right, cool. So that's correct. So that's my delete that. So if I sign back in, let's say as, wait, let me see. Cool. So it's deleted. Can no longer sign in. All right. So let's come in here. Hold on. Interesting. Let me refresh this. Might have changed actually. Let me see. All right. Yeah, cool. All right. So I can see, where is it? This is still active. Not, I still have all records. I can see who commented, when he commented. It says these are in progress, in review. But he's actually a deleted account. So what should have happened? I need to so I'm gonna have to rewire this. So what should have happened is when this account was deleted, it should have marked basically this project as either archived or canceled, and then all these tasks should have been marked as well as archived. So I need to go fix that. But the project access is still there, which is what I was looking for. Project access is still there, but I can no longer sign in as that person. Let me see. Yeah, no. But I think I can sign up as this person, well, a version of this person. So let's just say use that same email. It should be available to me now. Nope. So I need to fix that. So okay. So you should still be able to sign in, but it didn't take. Yo, what up, Jude? Jude makes 123. What's the app about? It's basically a project management app for freelancers and small businesses and whatnot to basically handle a client project from start to finish, from onboarding to completing tasks and messaging back and forth without having to use emails and 10 different other platforms. Basically, that's the gist of it. So I need to figure this out. Okay. So this worked. It added remove me from the session. It added deleting, but it should have. It did archive. I don't know if it archived that. Let's check. Should have been marked as archive. So let's do this. Ah, damn it. Let me reset that password. All right, let's come here. Cool. So it did. So it marked them as archived, as you see, and I cannot re-archive because it's archived due to account deletion, which is exactly what I wanted. But it should have closed out this project as well. So I need to figure out why it didn't do that. And if I come here, cannot. Cool. So that worked properly, but I need to figure out. All right, so here it archived properly and made sure it was hard deletion. But I need to also archive all linked. Here's my projects. Cancel. All right, so I think I need you to add another project type to this as being maybe not. I think I should just mark the project as canceled. Let's do that. So when an account is deleted, I should basically add. Let's go here. Let's go. Do then mark, yeah, all active. Leopa, hello. What up, man? Or ma'am. What's up? How you doing? Go here. All right, so what's my types? So I pending, in progress, interview, complete, and canceled. So if you're in progress, I should just move this as canceled. Yeah, so I should change this to canceled, and I should change the project to cancel as well. So let's do that. As canceled, and then mark all active project is canceled. And I might need to do that before I mark all active projects, mark all active tasks as canceled. Let's do the task first. doing these two things. So basically mark my project as read only so you can no longer make changes. That's what I want. And then I need to, I think that's pretty much it. So I need to just add these two actions after account deletion. That'll handle soft deletion. So Workspace will still be able to access the project, but it will be read only while still maintaining the details about which client you are working with. That's exactly the flow I need. Then I need to investigate why I cannot reuse that email. No email, not unique. All right, so there's two ways I can handle that. I could allow multi-users to use the same email, or I can basically, upon account deletion, I would mutate the email that's in the table, so then that would free up that email for future use. We'll see which way I decided to do. If I mutate it, there's no way basically of me of fully recovering it and relinking clients if that is something that had to happen down the line. But that is very edge case. So I think we'll just do this right now. So and not task. It's not task. I'm sure. Where's my table? It is project task. That's what it is. Okay. Import this equal. No. Where? Okay. Where project tasks and where project tasks. It's not deleting that. Or mark all tasks canceled. Update project tasks. Set the status to canceled. Updated at where project task.int equals equals not user ID. It's where. All right, so I think I'm about to do a join here. I think I'm about to join this table so I can match my user task. The tasks, so I need to grab all the tasks that are associated with the user account and based on their projects and then link that. So instead of doing all that, I'm just gonna tell my agent to do that. Here. So I started trying to figure all that out. Basically, I know I have to do some inner joins between the tables to get my actual project table, to get the user ID for their project, and then match it all together. I'm just going to tell my agent to just go ahead and wire up all those to-dos. Then that should properly cancel out everything because it currently marks my client as archived, and then I need to scope this to not show archived clients. And then when I come in here, it should say project 0, all projects canceled, active task 0. So this should say. All right, so here it is. Yep, like I thought. So select ID, projects ID from projects, then inner join my clients table to match my client's ID to my project's client ID. And then only where my client's user ID is equal to the user that's signed in and where the project status is currently active. All right, that is what I did not want to have to do all myself. Oh wait, this is all right. So this is just getting my active project ID. So it set it up in a separate variable. And then I'm updating my project task to canceled, and then where it's in the array of active task project IDs of everything that I grabbed here, where the project task project ID equals anything in here, and where it is not already deleted, and then also it's not in these, and it's in this array of status of pending and progress or interview. All right. And then mark user active project as canceled. I'm going to update my projects to set my status as canceled, updated at new time, where it's in, again, where the project ID is matching any of the IDs that I previously grabbed here, and then where it's also equal to the status of active. All right, that works. So I should fix that issue I had. So when the user's deleted now, the project and the task and the user will all be either canceled or archived as appropriately. And then here, let's come here. Let's go to my loader. Our clients where and equal not equal client status. Yeah. Let's refresh. Cool. So I got rid of my archived clients, and I'll actually have a button here that's specifically to show all the archived ones, but currently it removes all the ones that are archived because you don't need to see them. So I can just go ahead and cancel this project now. Confirm cancel. This is what it should look like. Message read only, canceled, canceled. All actions are done. Okay, so go to my client. Need to update that. All right, so I have it currently wired up. It needs to not change the status of a client if they are currently archived. That's why you do a lot of manual testing, because you find things that you would not really think about. Layout. All right, if the intent, let's just add a cancel project. All right, here it is. If active sibling project update clients, that's set. where, again, do the same thing, where the client is a actual client of this project, but also where it's not equal to the status archive. Cool. So if I come back, let's re-archive you. This will archive the client records, will not be affected. All right, let's come here. And it's too verbose. Cool. Archive you again. All right. All right, next thing I need to figure out is emails. All right, so basically, I'm just telling my agent to investigate why I can't re-register with a new email, because with soft deletion, somebody should be able to register with the same email. They will just basically create a whole nother user record with a new user ID, but you will have duplicate emails because all my loaders and actions have been scoped to exclude archived or deleted users, so you shouldn't have any cross wiring. But let's check that. Build deleted email. Safe local. Turn plus deleted. All right, so basically what it's doing, it's mutating the email table before deleting, soft deleting the user. I don't know if I like that though. It's what I use when, let's say, a workspace is deleted. It's basically if you, what you should do if you have unique usernames and you don't fully delete records. Say you soft delete a record, instead of fully hard nulling out all the tables, what you should do is you should mutate the usernames table before adding a deleted at value, so that a future user could come back and use said username for their own profile. Because same way that Twitter and all those use it, is it keeps people from basically hoarding high value kind of usernames while still maintaining records, because honestly that's what you kind of have to do nowadays for a lot of legal reasons. Most apps and websites do not hard delete any records even when you fully delete your account. But I don't know if I like mutating this email. Let me see. I think it'll work. It'll basically fully dead that user account. So even if it is the same user for whatever reason, and they decided to come back again and reuse that same email, they're basically gonna be starting over from scratch. I could manually kind of connect them with their client so they can retrieve their old projects and whatnot, but that is another step for later that I think is a very, very edge case. So I'm actually fine with mutating. So basically, for those that don't know, basically what's happening, it's created a new kind of function called build deleted email, getting a timestamp of when it's actually this action is taking place, and then it's splitting the email from the at symbol. Then it's grabbing those two parts, right? And then it's replacing basically the email with the first part, and then you're going to add this plus deleted plus the time, and then take a slice of the user ID, basically 8 digits, and then at, and then the domain part. So basically you're taking, let's say client at email.com, it'll be client plus deleted at this time, and then here's a piece of their user ID, then at email.com. That's basically what it's doing. And then it's saving that file basically, and then setting this deleted at field to the new date. I think it's a pretty solid workaround, so we'll do that. We'll stick with that. Let's try that again. All right, so let's go through this process one more time. Let's go. Surfy Tom, what happens if you want to undo the deletion on the email? So basically, it basically deads the account in total. It's basically as close as you can get to hard deletion without actually hard deletion. So you still have the records. So like if somebody say your workspace and you go check an old project that you did, you'll still see all of that client's information. You'll see their name. You'll see well, you actually won't see their email. That's a good question. I could do a snapshot. All right, so you'll see like most of their old information. You might not still see their email and whatnot, but I'll figure that out. You'll still be able to see all of the client's old information, and you'll still get a full kind of record and transaction history of you and that old client, even if they delete their account. But it basically deads the whole account for that user. So if they were to come back and let's say years down the line, they still have the same email, they re-register, it basically creates a whole new record, and there's no real way of tying those two back together. You could do a system, like I said, I mentioned. So let's say they wanted to get to their old projects and old work that they had done before. They wouldn't be able to do that because it's a completely different user ID than their previous one. They could basically send in a request to do a manual recovery, which would involve full-on verification because you don't want to allow people to have access to sensitive information. So basically you'd have to manually do a verification for that user, and then I would just update my client record with their new user ID, which would automatically link those records together, and they would get all that old information again. That would be the only plausible way of basically re-getting, basically retrieving that old information for like an account. But that's very, very, very edge case situations. For the most part, once they delete their account, they're literally saying, I don't care about any of this old information anymore. But if they were to come back around, it would require manual verification, which is the way you should do it anyways, because you don't want to just give access to anybody back to old records. So for example, because I thought about this took me hours to think about last night, because there's a lot of like legal ramifications, especially when you're dealing with like businesses that might have sensitive information or contracts or whatnot. So let's say they use an email from their workspace. The workspace gives you a email, whatever. But typically, when you leave that place or you get fired or whatever, they revoke that email. But maybe your name is common, and they just give that same email name to another new employee, and then that employee also registers on this app. If you auto link them where they retrieved automatically, they get access to all of your old projects and your old information and everything. And that's not good. So basically, there's no real way to kind of retrieve it. But that did just make me think about something. How do I handle, because if I mutate their email and they come back in, man, that would be crazy. Yeah. Yeah, like honestly, that would be crazy. That's why I said this was kind of kick my ass last night. There's like a lot of like little edge cases, especially again when you're dealing with businesses that might be sending contracts or transferring money or having login credentials or very sensitive information that you don't want to have to worry about or deal with legally. So you have to be very careful, but you also don't want to do hard deletion because then that basically revokes all access to those projects and to those like details. So it's very can be very tricky. Can definitely be very, very tricky. But it took me a while and I had to
Yeah.
like really think about what the fuck was going on. But I think I got a pretty good solution for it. But basically anything to recover is gonna you want to do manual verification, which is very edge case, and I don't foresee having to do that very often. Um Caro sounds similar to a nuke password on a kernel. Yeah, kind of. Basically, yeah. I mean, this has been done obviously in a lot of different apps and platforms, but it is very complicated, honestly. Like the coding part isn't that complicated to me. Once I learn how to code, when you learn how to code, you just get better by code. You just get better. The more you see code, the more you just get better. But when you start thinking about like user experience and building out systems and just edge cases and things that can go wrong and probably will go wrong that you have to kind of account for, that's the hardest part for me is figuring out user experience. Is your username, is your user email column unique? Yeah. So I use Better Auth, which also creates, its own tables and schema and has their own kind of background things of doing. So it automatically makes them unique. So the only way around that basically is to kind of mutate the email, because Better Off, you'd have to basically rewire a whole new user sign up endpoint, which I honestly don't want to do. My other thought, if it is to move the user to deleted user table. So then if they try to recover the DB auto fails when moving the user back to the active user table. Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that too. I thought about that too. But I mean, I'm just trying to think like user experience. Like, so let's say I deleted my account. I'm basically saying like I don't need this information. Like I don't need this project. Like how many people have deleted their Fiverr accounts? Not many that have projects on there. So if I decide to come back and making a conscious choice that like, hey, I'm basically telling you before you delete it, you won't have access to any of this anymore. And if you do, I'll eventually have a button or a request, basically email request saying, hey, we see a similar email in the client records. You can request recovery of said projects or whatever. But that's a whole, that needs to be a manual system, because again, like if this is a business forward kind of thing where you might be sending contracts and sensitive information back and forth, you should not allow people to access that without verification, like manual verification. And backseat coming big time. Nah, man. Like I appreciate it. It actually helps me think things out. That just made me consider something like with the mutations is that typically you would still see the original email, but with the mutation, when you go back to the project, you're gonna see the mutated email, which honestly I don't really care about, but we'll see. I could grab a snapshot of that, save it into a soft field, and then you reuse that. That is one thing I could do. Let me look at this. Just feels very hacky. Um, yeah, it is. It is hacky. But that's why this was taking me a long time to figure out last night because soft deletion is not an easy thing to pull off, especially when you're dealing with like all of these different tables and features that you need to remain open for access to at least one side of the party. So again, so if I deleted my workspace, I'm soft deleting all that information, but as a client, I should still be able to, and a user, I should still be able to see my project that I worked with who, and I need to know who I worked with, their information, who messaged what, like just for not only your records, but for legal purposes. So it's kind of a hacky concept in general, because typically when you delete an account or delete something, it's just hard deletion. But with business, you need records and you need those transaction history, and it's just it's trying to figure that out is not the easiest, honestly. All right, so that's canceled. Let's create another project. Let's go here. Carol, you can have a prompt to allow them to download their archive prior to deletion and then do a full wipe. Yeah, I could. Um, I also don't want to have to figure all that out either. Um, the only problem is it still opens the problem is that yes, you can still download, let's say, all your projects. But then if I do a full wipe of the table of your whole accounts, then as a workspace, and let's say I go back into that project, right? And I want to see which client I was working with, I no longer have access to that information. I wouldn't see who I was messaging, when I was messaging. Honestly, it'll pretty much prevent access to it. So for legal purposes, ask me how I know. You want to have that information on hand, especially if you're dealing with business. You want to know like what was said, who was said, when was said. So you still need to keep that information. The only other way is basically to do a full copy into another table just for snapshot and preservation. But I think that's overkill, honestly. Um, let's create a new client. Wait, let's see. Okay, so he shouldn't be here. Oh, I know why. Shit. All right, let's go here. Intent is update. No. Um, all right, I don't want to go through this. I'm gonna tell it. Shouldn't include clients that have been archived. Basically, it's showing this client, but he has already been archived. So as you can see, I shouldn't be able to access that at all. All right, I found it. All right, here it is. I couldn't find that. Let me add that bookmark. Basically, where clause client that has you archived and it's not archived. Okay, same here. Save that. Let's keep those changes. Refresh. description. Let's go 3. Let's go client 5. Not there. If I go at this speed, then I should be finished in 1 or 2 weeks. I mean, I'm pretty much already done. This is just all edge case catching, honestly. And then last thing I need to do is notifications, and I can do notifications in literally like a day. But when you're dealing with edge cases like this, where there's legal ramifications involved, you want to be as thorough as you possibly can. All right, so that got created. Let's log out. Let's check and make sure I got that invitation. All right, cool. So I'm in there. Let's just make sure. Matter of fact, let's come here. Open. All right. Got some information here. Let's message you back. Cool. ASAP. Start. In progress. Okay. Let's say it started. Here's... All right. So I had some information. I got a task in progress. I got a task in review. Should have been updated. I don't know why it's not. Need to fix that. Shit. Here. All right, some of the major work in the background, but so I got these in progress, and then let's come here. Let's go to settings. Let's see. So once I delete my account, what I expect to happen is this will get marked as canceled. These will automatically get marked as canceled. And then my client account that is associated to this will be also archived. And then my email right here should get mutated to a new string. And then somebody could come back in and register with this email. Let's try that. All right. Anyways, cool. So go back. Canceled. Cool. Project canceled. Message read only canceled. All my tasks are also canceled. And okay, my email's still there. Let's just check that. Clients archived. So if I got me here, let's go nuts here. Let's go manage client. It is archived. And unarchived. That's exactly what I was looking for. Cancel project. All right, and then it removes it from my list. Cool. So now let's figure out why. Oh, okay. So it did get. All right, I forgot. So it updates my user email to the new string. You can see, but because it is a separate email technically from my client remains the same. So I still keep it. That actually works extremely well. That's exactly what I was looking for. So it keeps my email. So it keeps my email looking the same. So maybe I needed to reach out for something else. I still know which email they actually have, and then but their user email is different, so a user can come in and register. I actually like that. So let's come here. Try to register with this new one. Let's go to client. The same one. Figured it out. That was with my ass last night, but all right. So technically, I have this same email, and for example, let's say I was the same person, but I decided to reopen an account. And let's say I wanted to gain access back to those old projects that I have done. Basically, what I would do is somewhere in my settings or somewhere I would basically leave a message saying, "Hey, we've noticed there is a client record with the same email record. If you would like to recover that, send us an email, basically, and we'll go through a manual verification process. Basically, it'll be a manual verification process in case, very edge case though, in case somebody wanted to recover some of their old project and work. Otherwise, when they delete, you should not. So I need to change this language right here because that is not clear enough. Cannot be undone. Your account will be permanently deleted. All right, it's better. So permanently delete your account. You will not be able to recover your projects and messages without a manual review. And then come here. This action cannot be undone. Your account will be permanently deleted and you will be removed from workspaces. So I think that's clear enough. Let's go here. of fact, let's. All right. I mean, I think that's a very good, you know, initial point to have it at. I can clean things up probably a little bit better, but for initially, I think that's fine for MVP. There's a lot of edge cases that you just cannot account for fully until you kind of run into them. But I think in general that handles that appropriately. Um, Client's not there. Project canceled. Can still get access. This is what I want, so you can still see exactly who did what, who said what, where the tasks were. I still have full transparency about everything that took place between me and the client, or as a client in a workspace. So that works appropriately. Other soft deletion I need to work on is members. So let's just go ahead and invite. Let's come here. Let's go. Three. All right, so let's say I go test 4. Send that invitation. All right, come here, sign in, cool. Accept, deletion, James, remove this member. Let's go here. I think I lost connection there for a second, but I don't know if I'm back. Let me know if I'm back. Cool. All right. So what am I checking? All right. So I remember. Let me see again. So typically, this is a better off handles this already for just member deletion. It's pretty straightforward and very easy for most instances. But because I need to soft delete every pretty much action, I had to basically wire up again my own separate endpoint that hijacks the better auth route. So basically, I'm calling an API instead of calling better auth's suggested. Just I think it's just remove member, which is very easy to plug into. But this is just basically the same thing, and I'm manually updating the tables instead of using better auth's route. So let's see if I remember exactly. So I verify that you're a member and that you can do this, and then get the target member. Again, permissions checks. And then soft delete, basically just update and then just add the update to that where in this. And now, if I remember correctly, there was something about members that I had to figure out. Oh, okay, so that's what I had to figure out. Basically, I just had to, I need to, I know it's gonna not happen. So I'm gonna have to come here. And once a member has a task of or a status of deleted, it should update all their actions in projects and tasks as basically removed member. So let's do that now. Come in here. Let's add some messages. Let's go. Create some messages. Now let's go here. Let's say make myself the lead. Make him the lead. I'm tripping. All right, so let's make a task. Post. Let's assign this person again. All right, so he's assigned here. He is the project lead. Let's create a note. This person is also, this note is referencing him. This is for him to take notice. And then let's sign you in as same. So here, come in here. You can see I'm project lead assigned here. Assigned this task. Now let's generate some messages. I would like to add a image because I need to ensure that the image stays once they are actually removed. So let's come here. This one. All right, come in here. Let's take this image. Cool. Now, all right. Properly attributed everywhere. My notes. Go to task. Also here. That's what I want. Messages. Cool. So I'm all throughout here. So then if I come in here and let's say I want to remove this member from my workspace. It's active. Let's go back to workspace, go to members. Let's go here. Let's go remove. Now he's removed. And if I come back to this project, cool. I get that removed information. He's been removed. I still see who it was assigned to, but I can see that they are no longer part of my workspace. That's exactly what I wanted. This needs to be fixed. All right, so let's just clean that up a little bit though. Layout. Yeah, so I add these props right here is remove member, and that's basically what I'm telling it to check for, and that's how it's handling the styling. Let's look for that. That is should be my task as well. No, not task timeline. Maybe something like that. And then what else? Timelines fixed. Go to actual task. Should be maybe. Nah. So task, layout, timeline, and then note, I believe. I should clean it up. Yep. So it's here. Clean that. Come in here though. So you can see removed is still there. This is cleaned up here, removed. Go to my task, it's here. Removed still. So it tells you that this member is no longer a part. And then I want to clean up my notes. So here, there's not enough room on the notes to put that remove. So what I think I'm going to do is all right. So let's just try this. Cool. I think it's better. So then instead of actually on text, you can see it's removed and then add a title. Cool. All right. That works. GTM revenue. What's that? What's the SaaS about? It's basically I mean it says a few times, but it's a project management app that allows freelancers and businesses, small businesses to bring a client on board and walk them through the whole process of completing a project from onboarding to completion. Basically, it handles all messaging, handles all task assignment and completion, and you can invite other people into your workspace and work with them and everything like that. Basically, how to manage projects. So no more emails. All right, so I need to fix these projects and then I need to fix these tasks as well. And notes. could go through and recopy and paste all of these is we remove member to my organization pages, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna use to that. Not that it's my so I had to update my project card. I need to update. Actually, it's already here. Lead removed. Let's go look. Cool. Now let's go. Project lead. Project lead. Okay. Let's go this. Removed. My projects. Removed. Wait a minute. What is my... Oh, I know why. Never mind. Um, got my task. I think my task and my notes need to add that as well. Yeah, it does. All right. All right, so I should go in there if I can figure that out. So, but overall, that works. Let's go sign out. Let's go back in here as, let's say, nope. So this shouldn't even be listed. So I need to go scope that as well. Where is it? So let's scope this. Check my loader. Active, task, user projects. All right, so it's already using my better auth, but I'm gonna have to manually do some drizzle calls here in my database. So I'm just gonna tell it to do that now. Nope. To show workspaces where member hasn't been removed. Check this. All right, so edit is removed, properties, and then should be passed down from, I believe, the layout. Cool, is removed. Same. Index. Yeah, so got rid of the, where is it? This project, this workspaces. So updated it to here, active membership rows, where member ID and where their member doesn't have deleted that field. And then you filter it back in. Makes sense. Now let's go here. Cool. Latest notes. Those are, they just moved all this down. Membership flags. Active membership IDs. It's a new set. Okay. Select the user ID. Members that deleted. All right. Check this. All right, cool. So now I'm logged in. I don't see this workspace. I couldn't access it, so it already works, but now I do not have it right here. I cannot see it. I also need to scope this because I no longer am a lead here on the member. So let's do that as well. Let's go. Removed. Come here. All right, that needs to be fixed. All right. Out. All right. Latest notes. Assignee. I'll do that. And then it should have updated my. Where is it? All right. So active membership got updated, which is here. Basically saying you're not deleted. So it should have updated my overall view. So when I come back, let's come here. It needs to be fixed. All right, let's figure this out. Um, all right, so I basically needed it didn't update my task as it should have. Basically, it needs to pass down a prop to my task card, basically saying is this member removed, and it didn't do that. Basically, this is doing nothing because it didn't get passed down. It got assigned as a property in the type, but it didn't actually get passed down. So it should have done that here, which it did. Active assigning member rows. Basically, it's finding all the members that are not deleted. And then it is, should we pass this down? Hold on, is it not passing it down? Okay, yeah, then it is technically getting passed down right here. Cool. All right, so we'll come back here. Let's go test for. All right, it's probably been conditionally scoped. That's one thing about like soft deletion I don't enjoy because once you soft delete, you basically have to go into all the routes where somebody might technically be able to access or view, and basically conditionally hide those. Like basically don't allow them to see those or navigate to them or do any action with them based to server side. It just increases the amount of places you need to check and make sure are properly configured to not allow certain users access to, basically. So yeah, so hit all these. Cannot get back to workspace if I typed in to the URL. Let's go. Nothing. See? Cool. All right. So next thing I need to check is normal flow is you can just basically reinvite whoever you want. So even though he is removed, I should still be able to reinvite him. Let's go test. It shouldn't throw an error or anything. And he was only a member before, so make him admin. Let's see if that changes. Oh, see, user is already a member of this organization. So I need to go fix that scope. All right. What I think I'm about to do is create my own endpoint and not use Better Offs like I did with the other ones, so I can basically manually send an invite without getting those validation errors. Let me see. Let's make some bookmarks so I can find things easier. Here it is. So here's my hand invitation action. Basically, this is the error that's happening. So I might need to just actually, not instead of creating an endpoint, I might need to just loosen this up to allow me to reinvite that member. And reinviting basically is going to remove that deleted app field or null it out, so to say. So, try this again. All right, let's just have my agents scan this. All right, so I'm gonna let it just go through my code base and identify where things are failing. What I think it is this right here. This invite member from Better Auth, I think, is causing this. So what I think I'm gonna have to do ultimately is literally create another endpoint, which I'm hoping I won't have to, but I might have to. Unless Better Auth has something. Let's check what their role organization resend. If the user is already married, then it would be canceled. Let's see. The user is already invited to the organization. Let's resend this. So, yeah, so it's Better Off as blocking it. If it's already a member of this organization, the invitation will be canceled. And it's doing what I thought it did. What I would have to ultimately do is create my own endpoint, API endpoint right here, re-invite members basically. Basically creating the whole invitation flow, which I would normally wouldn't have to do, and I would just rely on Better Off. And I actually don't need to unless it's in this condition where a user has been basically soft removed. So, all right, let's see. No email organization. These are all guards. Make sure you can send this. Find the user. All right, here's active member. You're finding if he's an active member. Basically, there is not deleted at. And if there's active, these are all guards. And then find the remove member where deleted at is true. And existing pending. Wait for invitations where there's one already there. AV query that find first. Creating a random ID. And then you're manually inserting the invitation with the link. So basically you're rebuilding the whole process that BetterOff already does for you. You're invited to join. Constant error. All right, so first it's going to try. So this is going to handle normal invitation. So if it's a brand new member or whatever, you should still be able to invite, and it will use BetterOff's original thing. But if I get an error back, you're going to try to call that API for any soft remove members, and then you're going to check for error and then basically come through. So we'll try that. Let's go Control C, restart my server. Try this flow again. Invitation sent. Cool. So if I go to invitations, you should see it right here. I can still do, let's say, can resend. I need to clean that up again. I'll have to use another endpoint because it's still using BetterOff. If I revoke still works. But let's come here. Let's make sure that works. Let's go here. All right, so it's been revoked. And then let me go check my inbox. And I got the invite. All right, that works. So let's do this. Come here. Technically soft deleted, so let's try this again. Test for at email. Let's change them to admin this time. Still got sent. My invitations, it's there. Role admin. I cannot resend because it throws this users already, so I need to clean that up. Mohammed, what's up, brother? All good today, man. Still working. What's going on with you? Come here. Okay, so I need to see which file that is. And here it is. So same thing, I'll need to create another API endpoint, and I will try to resend. This is for new members, but if that fails, fall back to the endpoint. So that's gonna have to do the same thing. So it's gonna go in here and it's gonna create another separate API endpoint, which is probably gonna be resend, reinvite, whatever. Gonna do this whole same process. Basically everything that's done here, I could have just copied it and honestly pasted it and make those changes, but it's gonna be the same flow. You all right? You're tired looking at the free code camp course you recommended? Oh yeah. Which one you doing? You said you're doing Python, right? You're learning Python. I haven't done the free code camp Python course, just the everything else. But how's it going? How you just started it today? All right, same thing. So keep this original action, but if I get an error, instead of just automatically returning and toasting it, you're gonna try this action again. Call my API with the forms, and then if I get an error there, then you toast the error and then close out basically finally. But looks like just updated here. So added optional resend. Let's see where it added. Cool. So I added a resend property again. If its body is resend, and then if resend, again send workspace and by email. Basically, had a resend. So yeah, all right. Works pretty well, and then resend true, so it reads this body that's getting sent to the API, and if it finds this to be true, that's when it kicks into the action. So I come here, gonna refresh, resend, invitation resent. Cool. So original flow works, but if you're dealing with soft deletion, members, whatever, which honestly that's what most modern apps are gonna have to do, you might need to rewire how something like Better Auth works, because it typically handles by just completely obliterating the record of the user or whatever. So that is a workaround. Basically, you have to make your own custom endpoints and basically restructure what Better Auth does for you behind the scenes. But let's try this out, make sure this works. So go check my email. And got two invitations there. I'll copy this one. Make sure this works. Please log in. Cool. So let's go to log in. Basically, it didn't auto log me in or auto take me there, because if you're logged out, it'll tell you to log in. So we'll show you the invitations. But if you haven't created an account, it'll take you to a screen to basically create one. So if I sign in, I can see right here my invitations. Can revoke, remove, basically deny or accept. Invitation accepted. All right, I need to fix this. I don't know, that didn't work. I can get access to it, so I have to rewire that. Something went haywire. Basically, I know what happened. So normally I would click that accept, it'll take me to the workspace, but what it didn't do, it took me to the create workspace. Basically, it didn't register that I am currently a member. So I have to do a recheck to make sure that I'm a member before I navigate. So let's go fix that. You focus on the Python out for my AI engineering degree I've been getting. Yeah, I heard Python is definitely been trying for a bit over a year now, but I kept on falling behind. Yeah, I heard Python is pretty much the go-to for most AI, especially backends. Seems to be really good for that and all those kind of calculations and algorithms that you're going to be doing with AI. So that's also kind of why I want to kind of start to dabble in Python. Somewhere probably down the line after I finish some of this off. But falling behind, hey, come on, keep at it, bro. Like all it really takes is for you to find a project or something that you really love doing. That'll like give you the juice to kind of push through. And once you kind of get good at it, like things start to like really just slow down and become easier. All right, so I need to fix this flow. Sorry, so I got the admin correctly. Da da da. So let's come here. Where am I? Um, projects, my workspaces, my invitations. I come here. My accept. Right here, on click, handle accept. So let's go. Another bookmark. All right, so somewhere in this block is causing us that problem. So let's fix this. All right, so somewhere in this block, which let's see, new organization, use organization is fine. So I think this is what it is because it's not finding right away that you are also a member, active member of this organization. So I think it needs to clean that up. Um, I was right. I knew. I was like, I think this is the block right here. So basically, what's doing now is it's actually calling, basically setting the organization as my active organization. So basically, it knows that you are an active member, and then it's re-navigating. So let's try that flow again. Let's let's go to settings. Let's say I remove myself. Leave this workspace. Cool. Now let's come here. Still removes. Remove himself still properly registers, even if that person removes themselves. And then I can still re-invite you. But this time I'll re-invite you as a member. Send that invitation. Instead of going through email, let's check here. Let's go to test. Cool. So I click fixed. All right. So Thought Solution works for members and it works for our projects and clients and members and all that. So last thing I needed to check to make sure is workspace deletion properly gets handled and clients can still access projects. And that's the last major test for this. As you can see, all the removed got removed because I am an active member again. All right, so let's try this. Let's go to dashboard. Let's go create my own. Shout out to LA Leakers if you know that callback. And then what I want to do. I want to do. All right, let's invite some members. And then create a project. Let's accept those invitations first. We'll go here. Cool. I got 3 workspaces. Let's see. Oh, there. So let's log out. Let's go. I always felt that Python was the easiest. That's kind of why I focus on it. So I would think that if you are that good at another language, Python wouldn't take too long for you to learn. I mean, that's what I've been told. Everybody that has been pretty, I would say proficient in JavaScript and other languages, that they always say like Python is extremely easy to learn. Some people say they learned it in like a couple hours, but I am the type of person that I like to deep dive and like fully understand what I'm doing. So it'd probably take me, I would say, a week or two, I think, to really understand everything about it. But from what I hear, it's like super easy to read compared to like JavaScript. So I definitely plan on like tapping into that. You said you've been doing it for a year. So what are you in? You're in university right now? All right. Let's create this project. Create a lead. Jane Doe. Here. This is all here. Let's add a couple of notes. Jane Doe. All right. Create a couple messages. Okay. Let's create a couple tasks. Provide us with your information. Create a lead. Let's go. Create that task, and then let's go. Let's say matter of fact, let's come here. Change those. All right, let's go. Let's copy. Just fill this out. And then let's re-sign in. I am the project lead on this, so it shows up in my list. Go here, generate. Create one more task. Is this what you're going? Nobody. Create the task. Let's approve a task. And finally, let's log in as the actual client. Maybe it wasn't him. It was. Shoot, I might have messed up. No, this is client 5. All right, so it should be in here. Should be in this list. Let me go look at that. Second year went through Python, C++, and data structures in C++. But if you ask me anything about what I learned, I would never actually perform in a real situation or interview. Although I passed the classes, but I never felt that the university really cared on whether the student actually understands it or fully or not. They focus more on exam-related subject, and sad thing is 70% of students with major don't know how to print hello world. I mean, I've heard that a lot, honestly, from people's experience from their CS. We call it CS. I don't know where you're at, but we call it CS degrees over here, like especially like computer engineering stuff like that. A lot of people that gone through it, they're like, I don't think I could do anything. I don't think I could build something like. That's why I said free code camp, because I think it provides just a strong kind of core baseline of what you need and just understanding, and basically more so like industry standards and how to approach decoding, but it doesn't actually teach you how to code. I always tell people like I didn't feel like I could actually code until I was probably on my third or fourth app or program or website or whatever, because there's just so many variables that there's no amount of schooling is going to teach you or prepare you for. And at the speed that everything changes, yeah, like you ain't going to really understand or know until you just start building your own thing, honestly. The education is there just to give you the lingo and understand when people are like, honestly, like it helped me understand when I was talking to people about like stuff or needs or like programs. Like I could like talk to other people that were in the field and understand and read their code and understand what's going on. but I could not build my own until like I fully started building my own. And just the gap, the amount of knowledge and just like know-how I gained from just doing that in the last few months is like exponentially greater than everything I did in like coursework or anything else. So I know what you mean, like for sure. It's more about that paper and that degree. I mean, over here in the U.S., there's definitely a lot of programmers that got degrees that are shit, but it does help you get into the door more so than somebody that doesn't have anything at all, because it's kind of like the barrier for a lot of entry into just jobs and interviews, unfortunately. But also, if you have a lot of projects of your own that are like real world serious projects, that also gets you a lot of attention. And from just some of the stuff I built, I've gotten some outreach literally just off of that, because you physically proved that you can actually do this. But I don't know how that is wherever you are. But if you're in the US, that's pretty much my experience. Okay, so what was I looking for? I need to update my project. Hmm. Hey, sometime my project list isn't showing pending projects for a registered user who was sent the invite to join a project. Before I tell, let's see if I can just figure this out. Let's go. All right, here's the loader. Active membership. Cool, whatever. It's a project list. Yeah, because it should also be showing my task. My project list isn't showing pending projects for registered user projects. ID, name, description, from projects. You're enjoying clients. Client.user ID equals user ID. What the fuck? Yeah, you're right. The feeling of being obliged to get a degree for opportunities, yet studying on your own is like hiring a chef. Yeah, you're still the one that's cooking. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Like you'll do all those courses and stuff, and like, damn, like I still gotta go teach myself how to code. That's the unfortunate reality of it, honestly. Like, I mean, there for a while, especially when they're hiring a lot, they would kind of teach you on the job how to become like a competent coder or a programmer or software engineer or whatever. But they're kind of not hiring at entry level jobs right now. So like you really are kind of on your own, and you have to like prove that you can build things on the level of somebody that would be considered like competent before you can even like really get the opportunity nowadays. But yeah, it's definitely something you got to love because it's kind of a never ending journey. Things change so much. There's always something new, especially in JavaScript. There's always some like new framework, some new fucking package, some new something that like everybody's all the rage. Like you have to learn this. It does this, and it's just like it can definitely be daunting. All right, let's check. All right, cool. It's here. So why was this causing this? It said previous query was treated a user as a client. When clients that user ID match the logged in user, but my product invite flow can grant access via email match. Yes, that's correct. Especially for existing registered users before / without client user ID linkage. So those invited pending projects were accessible by link but missing from the dashboard list. Okay, so then here's a fallback. Clients not archived, and then clients that email equals user email. All right. Well, that fixed it. Agent Technique, what up, man? I'm trying to brush up on my coding skills as well at the moment. What stack do you prefer? The stack that I've kind of fallen in love with at the moment is React Router 7 is my kind of base framework to work in React and JavaScript. And then I use Drizzle pretty much for all my applications in terms of like how to communicate with my backend, my database. And then because I typically host on Supabase, it's just so easy to do. Um, use Docker, of course, for all my containers and images and for deployment. And then I use like ShadCN for basic UI stuff. Tailwind, of course, and TypeScript is just comes with the package, and that's kind of just what I learned. So that's typically my stack, my preferred stack, so to say. And better auth for all my authentication. Those are the ones that like if I was to start any new app, those are my go-tos. All right, cool. So I refreshed. Now it's there. As it should be pending. This ain't right. Huh. I know why. You gotta go midterms in a week. Yeah, man. Appreciate you hopping in. Good luck on those midterms. I definitely don't miss those days 1000%. But check you next time for sure. Hopefully this is pretty much done by then. Better auth I just got introduced to recently. I'm trying to go towards Rust and Python, of course. I've heard about Rust. I know people feel very strongly about Rust and everything. I mean, I'm not that to that point of experimenting with new things like that yet. But I mean, I've definitely heard a lot of people it's kind of like their go-to these days. And Python, yeah, that's definitely something I plan on learning here pretty soon down the line. Not quite there already yet, but yeah, it's definitely one of the languages I want to learn. Just pretty much proficient in JavaScript. You said you drank the Kool Aid. I mean, they low key kind of got a cult. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've talked to a few people, and they were very adamant that that's what I need to be on, or nothing else. It's fast. Yeah, that's what I hear. I definitely hear it's fast. I guess I haven't been coding like or building long enough to even like probably even identify just the differences. Honestly, I'm sure it's significantly faster, but I've just been so like when you get so comfortable in what you're doing, it's like, damn, I finally like got into a groove and like I finally like know where everything is. I know it's like, damn, do I want to go learn this whole other thing right now? Well, definitely not in the middle of this like type of project I'm trying to finish, but I wonder if someone made a paperclip up for Cloud and Rust. That's a good question. It's a good question. Yeah. I wonder if I want to code the answer to that question. I mean, they say nowadays you can just ask AI and it'll do everything apparently, but hasn't been my case over that. But I mean, how long you been coding? How long you been programming? If you can harness paperclip to clone itself and rest. Honestly, somebody probably has already tried that. Like, honestly, somebody probably has already tried that. Not really a coder, I'm more of a product lead, but of course comes with the job. So I tinker. What do you what do you do for work? Like you say you're product lead, so it's like you're in some type of tech capacity. You tinker. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's no better time to learn how to tinker and kind of build things yourself than anything else. All right, where's my opacity? This is weird. Why is it not respecting my opacity? Hmm. You run your own business since you were 17, tech firms, consulting agents, etc. Right now, I'm building something in AI video gen space. Hey, man, respect to you. Running a business is not easy to do. Not easy to do. Consulting agents, etc. AI video gen space. So are you like so AI video gen space? So are you using like one of the I guess one of the models to do the AI generation yourself, or are you looking to basically kind of create your own model to do it, or are you basically paying like OpenAI and Anthropic and all those and Gemini to generate the actual videos, or are you trying to build your own AI model?
Yeah.
Appreciate the follow. Followed me. Kid Caddy. Appreciate the follow. All the models. I guess what my thing with that is, how expensive is that? Like, is that feasible? I guess to continually because I mean, obviously they tried Soar and everything. That didn't last very long because just it's video generation is obviously very expensive with AI. No point competing in building models. I mean, I'm there. I'm with you three right there. There's definitely oversaturation, I'll say at this point, and one of the big guys is definitely going down. There we go.
Yeah.
Appreciate the follow. Let's go backdrop. Blur. All right, cool. That looks good enough for me. You said you're building a seamless interface experience so users can use various models while optimizing for cost. I mean, yeah, that's definitely the way to go. Is basically kind of leave it up to them to choose, and when that you said you're developing right now, or it's already up, like, then I don't need Soar to do everything in that opinions called I actually never used Soar. I didn't use it not one time. I haven't actually used any AI video generation or image generation. It's pretty much all been coding, so don't really have much opinion about that. But from what I've seen, it was kind of like, all right, it all felt like a novelty. Do I run my own firm or startup? I freelance, I would say. I wouldn't say my own firm or startup fully yet. So I just kind of started doing this freelancing, but I freelance. I built some websites and apps and worked on other people's apps and stuff, whatnot. And I'm kind of building up um, that side of things. But I'm definitely working towards it. Alpha state in a week. Cool. What do you said you've been building on Python. Any published apps? Oh yeah. I got a few. I mean, before all this, I've been running my own kind of like, I guess you could say, media brand website for a long time, where I have writers and photographers and everything we cover in the culture. So I've been online for a minute. I can just show you. So this is the actual media website that I've been running for definitely well over 10 years. We get paid to cover, music and artists and whatnot. My first actual project I ever built was literally just a meme generator. Uh, this was actually built on XJS and hosted on Vercel, is just something that taught me how to handle AI and APIs and dealing with image canvases and stuff like that. So it's actually the first app that I ever built. One of my biggest apps right now is called Collective. It's basically like a whole social media, not even social media, a social platform where creators and artists can share there and post and connect and talk. And it's invite only, but it's being built in beta right now. But this is the biggest probably thing I built so far. It has full creation and messaging and full authentication. This was pretty big. So Collective is the name, Collective 2vs.co, and then a couple others. And then this one I'm building right now is gonna be another big one for me. So I got a few out there, some websites that I've done for a bunch of people that I probably won't say, but I don't know if they want me to, but mostly that. I've actually done a lot of like website just work, not even app work. Just there's a lot of businesses that don't even know how to do WordPress. So I've done a lot of that for them. So let's start this project. All right, that works. So let's just fill out some of this information. Now this is built on React ecosystem. Okay, that's cool. I mean, React was one of the first languages. Actually, Ruby on Rails is the first language that I actually learned how to build something on. I built a full like proof of concept social network way back in the day, maybe like 10, 11 years now. So that was actually the first, I would say, library that I fully learned, and then JavaScript, and then React Native, and then now like pretty much I just always work in React frameworks because that's pretty much where most of the work is in terms of like what people need help with. Like the fluidity of you like the fluidity of Collective, man. I appreciate that. What a lot. There's definitely a lot of work into that one. There's a lot of elements and features to that, and like I said, we're still in beta and testing and whatnot, but definitely plan on doing more of that in the future for sure. Build this. Okay, that did not work. Is that not working? Oh. Mm. Some reason it messed up. Test out the currently staged version of what I'm building if I have a minute. I mean, shoot me a DM. I typically honestly don't open links on live just because you never know with certain people, but shoot me a link. I'll definitely check it out. And if it is, I'll do it live. Shoot me a DM, I said. Not a link. I didn't mean a link. Shoot me a DM. I'm tripping. I gotta figure out this out. Something weird is happening. I had no problems with this, but now all of a sudden I do. Um, all right, let's try. Let's just start this. Complete. That one's in review. Let's try this. Need some changes. Submit. All right, I set a fix it. Let's see. Client email. That's why. Sender side detection depends on client user ID only. So on the client record is email only. Every message is treated as organization side. It says it wasn't matched. Hold on. This client record. Active. Okay, that's the problem. So my user ID was supposed to be automatically linked when I created the client. Okay, so let's figure out this flow. Go on, submit. Okay, so let's fix this problem. Basically, what's happening is I sent the invite and the flow worked, but it didn't automatically link the user ID to the client record, which is the way it should have happened. And it works if the client is not already registered. So when I registered, it links it, but it's not happening with the client is already an active user. So it needs to go ahead and fix that when creating a project. User's ID should be linked to the new client record if the user is already registered on the app. Currently, it's not. Fix that. Okay, let's see. So I added a patch. So when I create a project, let's bookmark this. Client ID is empty, but then if there is basically saying if there's an existing registered user, select the user ID where the email matches the client email, and there's existing registered and there is no user ID, then go ahead and update that with the user ID. All right, cool. All right, so let's check this. Make sure this works. I fixed my messaging. Nothing show up as they're supposed to. Tasks are good. Sent that back for review. Let's come back here. Let's go. Test for. Create one more project. Let's see. Where's my clients? Let's call. Archived. That was great. So it didn't get sent. Let's go. Client 2. Okay. Testing. All right, so that's pending. And I should have automatically linked. Let's go here. Test and automatically links my user ID. All right, so that works. And SaaS pending, but he's linked. So then if I log in as that person, I should see it pending right here. Cool. Let's just cancel that though. One last guard I need to check is if I try, let's say for example, so I already have a user with this email, client 5, but I also have a client record that is client 5 for my past one that is archived. So it should create a duplicate client record with the same email, but a new ID and a new user ID. Let's check that. Let's go client 5. As you can see, I have a client 5, but he's been archived, meaning he deleted his account. Then I extend it to him. Project created successfully. Refresh. Let's see. Yep. New client email. Name. No. New client email 5. Name pending. And the user ID. This 5ES should match. Where is he? 5ES. All right. So it works properly. So then I sign out. Let's go to log in. Cool. Let me double check this. All right, so last thing I want to check, make sure, say I am at email.com. So let's say I have this workspace and I have all of these active projects and tasks and members. What needs to happen is if I come here and delete this workspace, it's going to be a soft deletion, but it should basically archive all these or cancel these and then archive all the clients and then cancel all my projects and cancel all my tasks. So to ensure that happens, let's go check this API. Delete workspace. Here's my guards. Verifying that you're an owner. Make sure verify that this organization exists. Workspace is our name, but then, all right, so this is what I was saying before. You basically mutate this slug by adding a deleted at plus the time it was deleted at, so then somebody else can come in later and create a another workspace with this slug slash URL slash username because your original got mutated, and then you're going to add this deleted at, and then soft delete all active members. Again, add deleted at. Hard delete all pending invitations. So if there's invitation, it should get removed. Let's go check that. All right, so then let's try this. Let's go invite, let's say that's an email. Invitations, this is pending. So now this is what it should do. This should hard delete that pending invitation. But then I need to add here. Black at. What's up? Appreciate you joining into the chat. Nice to meet you too. It said put me on your homepage Rex. I had to click because of the title. I appreciate that. That's a few people say they've seen the Rex, man. I mean, maybe I'm out there getting out there. This is only like my 5th or 6th stream, but it's dope to see I'm getting in the recommendations. I need to cancel any active projects in workspace, and then I need he forced me to watch you. I don't know who he is, but hey, man, shout out to him. Archive and workspace clients. Oh, Black. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to Black, dog. I need to soft delete slash archive. No. Cancel active invitation. Yeah. All right, so overview projects. As you can see, here's the projects. All this is active. I have active task. I have active pending. Why is this inactive? This should be. All right, before I gotta go in there and fix that. Hold up. Who's my client? Jimmy's my client. Jimmy says pending instead of active. So I gotta fix that. Anyways, all my members basically will get removed. All my clients will basically get archived slash deleted, and then all my tasks will get marked as canceled, and my project will also get marked as canceled. But before that, let's investigate why Jimmy is not active. literally active. It says Jimmy. Oh, I know it says Jimmy. Okay. I need to fix that as well. What is this app about? Shortest kind of way I put this is basically a project management app that allows freelancers and businesses and whatever to basically take a client from onboarding all the way to the completion of a project. As you can see, there's a whole timeline where you get messaging. You can have tasks that need to be completed, ask for revisions, um, basically handle everything all in one place. No more emails, no more using 5 different platforms and everything. But basically, project management, client management kind of app for specifically freelancers and people that work with a lot of client work. All right, so this is. All right, so let's fix that. Go to this card. No, it's why does it keep getting messed up? Come here. Here's my. This is my client card. There we go. Nice. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been something I've been building probably the last month or so on or off. Between this and like a couple other apps that I've been building, but trying to get this one up and completed as quickly as I can. Hopefully within like the next week. Hopefully the next actually few days. I'm pretty close, but it's always just like little things that keep popping up. All right, so this needs to fix. Wait. If a user their initial should be of the user name, not client name. There will always be little things. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. That's pretty much my experience. You'd be like, damn, I'm like 90% there. Like, you know, I'm like on 95% there. Like, oh, I can finish this in a day. And the next thing you know, there's like a whole fucking list of things that need to be done. And it's like, damn, I thought I was there, but I wasn't. Role equals client, get a session. All right, cool. That works. Are you guys programmers? You guys software developers, software engineers? What do you guys do? Sounds like you might know what you're talking about. The last 5% take 95% of the time. Last 1% takes up. Bro, that is the truth. That is the truth. Been at it for a long time. Okay. You work for like a big company? Or you guys do it on your own? Freelance like what do you guys do? Except I'm a junior dev. I mean, what I hear is that you're pretty much a junior dev your entire life. That you're never fully like, outgrow that. Not solo. Okay. I mean, that's kind of the route I want to do. I like working alone. I do like working with people that I want to work with. Preferably if I could just turn this into a full time kind of freelance solo thing, I would love to do that. I'm also kind of interested in working in a company just to kind of see. Honestly, I'm a little curious. I've never really had a job to be honest with you. Being a Hooper, I don't really consider that a job, but I'm low key kind of interested in working there, but also not. 6 months is graduated last year. Okay, man, congrats to you. Shout out to you for graduating. Crazy time to be graduating and to beginning into development, I would say. Freelance always feels fun. I would love to one day. It is fun. It's also stressful. It is also stressful. You're constantly having to drum up work, and that can be kind of annoying, but it is kind of freeing in terms of just doing what you want to do. And that last thing you said about the last 1% taking 100% time is true, because this feature that I've been working on was supposed to literally be, a couple hours. No, it's literally been all day. Um, I forgot what else coming on here today. Oh, I know why. All right. Um. All right. So this is not happening. Intent status. Let's log you out. Log in. You have to Google to make sure the Hooper is. So you really must be software development. What's it looking at? Okay. Hooper, baller, ball player. I'm in Europe. Hey man, I hooped. I hooped. I was a hooper in Europe for probably like 12 or 13 out of those 14 pro years. So I am very familiar with Europe as well. And I was a hooper in Europe. Okay. Which country? A little bit all over. I did 6 years in Italy, France, Greece, um, shit, a little bit all over. Belgium 1 year, mostly in Italy. I'll say mostly Italy. I know a few other places, but yeah, there's so many basketball players. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I tried to stay in the nice countries 1,000%. It was a fun time. I'll say that Europe is dope. I like New York, man. It was always welcoming. All right, so here it is. This status, form data, new intent, update status. For whatever reason, it was not getting updated. Okay. I don't want to investigate this, so I'm gonna tell it to, can you? All right, let's see if I can figure this out. So this is from here. This is pending. This is active, but for a reason, this user is not being marked as active. Let's go here. He's pending. Okay. Let's look at this again. It's saying found liking management, orange client routes compute ineffective status. Here's my layout. If requested status equals active, user ID, where I said user or I said user ID is no. Okay, that's what was happening. All right, figure it out. Go to test 2. No, test 4. All right, that fixed it. Now it's being marked as active, so I wasn't not getting it correctly. Well, I guess what was happening was I needed to include a guard. Basically, it was only basing on user ID, and if that user ID wasn't getting set, then it was getting active. But now if I also include the email as a fallback, it gets marked correctly. Cool. Just a little annoying shit like that constantly happens. What was I testing? All right, so now I need to test if I delete this workspace with all these active projects, tasks, clients, and members. I need to make sure that all gets removed. So I'm gonna do that right now. Appreciate the sub. Doesn't show me. I think I was from Twitch. I don't remember. I can't see, but I think it was from Twitch. Anyways, here we go. Let's go to delete workspace. So these are the to-dos that I needed to finish. So I don't want to write those up. I'm gonna tell it to complete these. Complete these to-dos. Projects and project task should be marked as canceled. Cancel any active projects, any active task. I need to archive all workspace clients. Cancel any active tasks, cancel any active projects, and then I also need to any pending client invitation.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Appreciate the follow. Let's do this. All right. Projects should be and workspace clients. Archived, and any pending project / client invitations should be revoked / deleted. All right, so I don't want to wire all this up. Basically, it's going to do a bunch of inner joins. It's going to join my project. So basically, it's going to find any active projects. It's going to give my organizations inner join to my projects. find any with the status of active and go ahead and cancel those. And then same things with here. So like I said, it's going to update my projects. Wait, yeah. All right, so it's going to update all status of projects canceled where ID equals organization ID. And where the pending, where it's not any of these, where it is any of these pending, active, or pending completions, and it's going to cancel all my tasks. So it's going to again take all my project tasks with the status canceled, and then it's going to find where the organization ID equals this organization ID. Oh, so I don't got to do inner joins actually, because I forget all my fields have organization IDs, so it's pretty easy. But it's going to add deleted that to all the tables. So it's basically soft deleting, and then it's going to archive all my workspace clients, which is update all clients where with the status of archives, where the organization ID equals my organization ID, and where the client isn't already archived, because that can lead to some weird behavior. And then workspace project rows, again, it's going to delete any pending project invitations tied to workspace projects. So it's going to select my projects, the ID from projects, where the organization ID equals, or basically all my projects from my workspace. Gonna put a map of it because it makes it so much easier for it to process and find what it needs. And then if it's greater than 0, delete all project invitations basically. So that should work. Which AI do I use? I kind of switch between models, but for like planning out major features and just things that need to happen, I use Opus 4.6 right now for most of my planning. I think it does a pretty good job of grabbing all the context of my code base and understanding all the packages I have and coming together with a pretty solid game plan to like implement it. And then for implementation, I always switch back to 5.3 just because it's pretty fast and it's cheap. I just find that if you plan out really well, pretty much any agent can implement. All right, so now let's try this. So I'm gonna come here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna restart my server just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. It was you or your friend that you said you guys just finished getting your degree and whatnot. Are they teaching AI? I'm sure they are. And courses now, is that like becoming like mandatory to learn while you're also learning programming stuff? I'm also a Cloud Plan 5.4 implementation person, mainly because the tone of Cloud. Yeah, honestly, I enjoy like I've done it both ways. I've used Codex for planning. I don't like how it writes out the plan, quite honestly, but I do enjoy how Claude writes out the plan and very like easy to follow and thought through kind of process. So like you can really kind of go in there and like tell it like actually you messed up here, change here. So I always prefer Claude for the plan for sure. We had an AI ethics course that spawned during my last year. Okay. I feel like that's just gonna be more and more of a thing. I think they're gonna have to teach you how to code with AI now with all your courses. Like I don't really see any other way going forward. Just to say when you use it and where. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if I would be strong enough not to just go through my work without just having AI do it. Like that'd be tough, especially if I was in university and like I was stressed out or something, and AI's right there to just finish this lab or whatever I got to do. I wouldn't want to be a professor. Yeah, it's funny. Not a lot of people know how to use it. That's what I'm saying. Like they like all companies hiring pretty much force their workers nowadays to use AI with their coding. So it's kind of a requirement to also learn how to code with it because it is a completely different experience. A lot of people get cooked by it by doing it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I think I would be strong enough not to do it just because if I'm paying for university, I want to actually learn what the fuck I'm doing. But it is tempting. Like a lot of people are in these degrees not because they actually want to be. So just let AI do all that, and then by the time you're done, like you actually haven't learned shit. College in general is like that, honestly, these days, like for all courses and everything. So like you can just have it write entire papers, and it's just like I'm kind of glad I finished when I finished because this is kind of crazy. Companies trying to get us to use it as much as we can. Yeah, that's been my experience from everybody that I've talked to that's been working. They've all been like, it's mandatory. It's not even an option whether you use it or not. They count the tokens that people are using, and it's all because they've invested so much money into it. So they're trying to find an excuse and reason for like why they're spending so much money. Quite honestly, like I'm not against it. Like I think it is very helpful, but to think it can do everything is fucking crazy. They track. God, that's what I'm saying. Like everybody I heard, they're like, yeah, they track how many tokens I'm using. If I'm not using it enough, da da da. Like I'm just like, that just means you're producing more code. Doesn't mean you're producing better code. It just means you're producing more of it. That's not always a good thing. Actually, it's never a good thing. All right, so let's try this. Let's go here. Go to delete workspace. Successfully deleted. I don't see in my projects. And if I come, let's see here. Don't see it. Cool. Now she was a project lead, so let's come here. Nope. Try LA leakers. Nope. Cool. Now let's see the client. The client should still have access. That's what should be happening. Email. Yeah, so that needs to be fixed. So even though a person deletes a workspace, a client of a project should still have access to that project for legal reasons. Plus, if they got all the info logged and AI learning from you, you become more replaceable. Yeah, that's kind of been that's definitely seemed to have been the pattern. Like they're teaching these models how to code like you and kind of learning your code. Because I mean, I was obviously coding before, but the kind of age old trope over here in the US was basically like there was always that one guy that is the last person to understand a language or system that something was originally built on. So they can't fire him and they can't decrease his pay. They try to keep him happy because nobody understands the code and knows how to do it like him. But now you can basically train an agent to understand what you're doing. And then they're just basically trying to get rid of people like that. So like, it's kind of crazy. Like, I just don't understand how they can manage maintenance because code can't understand full context as code keeps growing and growing and growing, and then they don't understand how users actually use things. So I just think it's all just kind of a grift, honestly. I think a lot of these companies that are doing that are gonna feel the pain pretty soon. All right, so this is not working. You should have access to that project still. I actually don't know how to approach that. Let's look at this. My security is my code base is too big to shove into the bottom. That's a good one. That's actually a good one. Like, there's no way model will be able to get the full context of my code base if I just fill it full of fucking bloat. Like, that's hilarious. I think it's called weaponized incompetence, almost basically. Like, just make I can outslop an agent AI agent any day, honestly. Amazon already felt the pain. Absolutely, not just Amazon. A few people. Like, I don't understand what they think that it's going to happen 5 years down the line that you have no developers that have been trained on your systems. You think AI agents are just going to be able to handle continuous updates and security and maintenance and everything? Fuck no. Like, it's all about the bottom line and stock markets, and they get stocks. What was it? Oracle just fired like 30,000 people, and then the CEO got like a fucking $30 million bonus because it saved stockholders money. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's also why I feel like most people should learn how to freelance and build things on their own, because I've actually been getting a lot of work recently from people who have tried to vibe code shit and have not figured out how to maintain it, or have run into some major problems that they didn't know were going to happen. But any developer would have looked at this and be like, oh yeah, this is going to be a problem down the line. So honestly, it's opening up a whole new market for people to come in and fix people's slop, basically, and shittily programmed apps and websites. So I'm not too bad, because as a freelancer, it has started to give me some work. And now everybody thinks every idea is worth developing. So like I'm like, hey, I'll develop it for you as long as you pay me. I don't care. Even if I think it's not a useful thing, I'll do it. I'll throw an agent at it or two. And it definitely helps with freelancing, because honestly, I'm not gonna say who, but some apps I'm like, oh, this is kind of a shitty app. I'll just tell my agent, go ahead and scaffold this thing overnight, and then I'll go check, make sure nothing's completely broken. And then they're like, oh, this is great. All right, so this is grabbing that is canceled, is not null, is not null. Oh, okay, so it's basically getting all projects from basically deleted, soft deleted organizations. Doesn't matter. So it should still show. Um, Workspace. Okay, this is my project layout. Columns, delete at true. Can use archive fallback. All right, but where is this being used? Oh, okay. Basically, this is allowing a client to still access a project even though workspace has been deleted. All right, I already did that. Same thing here for my messages and my tests. All right, let's check that. As you can see, this workspace is gone, but I can still see, as a client, I can still see I actually had a project with them. Project is canceled, messages read only, canceled, but I can still see their information if they had it before they deleted it. You can see, I should not be able to see this actually. See all the messages, see the task, everything. Tasks were automatically canceled. I can't message, but I can see, for my full transparency, everything that took place between me and this now deleted company, workspace, whatever. All right, cool. Let me scope this out real quick. Project, state, lead. All right, cool. Let's do this. Make sure you're not a client. Come back here and check. Cool. So I don't need to see who the project lead is. That is for all internal stuff. I can still visit task. All canceled, but I can see them. Read only. Let's hold back, and it's always living here. Cool. What I thought actually might be a 1 hour endeavor last night turned out to be literally an all day kind of thing, but I managed to handle soft, it sounds kind of crazy, honestly, saying this, but soft deletion of workspaces, members, and user accounts. So it basically keeps all records and transactions of projects between clients and in organizations or workspaces on hand, because everybody, especially for businesses, you need your records and you need it for legal purposes and you just need all that stuff. So to do that, you basically needed to create a snapshot of everything that happened, and pain in the fucking ass, but I think it's pretty solid ground. Pretty solid ground. Always soft delete. Yeah. That's what I've been learning. Pretty much every website app, whatever, basically never hard removes anybody or any record unless you explicitly ask them to do that. It's always just somewhere lingering around in the background. Mistakenly press never allow red. Yeah. It's just so much easier, obviously, hard deleting. Especially using like Better Auth, but for this app particularly, yeah, I couldn't allow it anywhere. And that just made kind of rewiring all this kind of a pain in the fucking ass, but it works. Then after that church cleanup, yeah, I haven't like implemented that yet because that's down the line, but I'm probably gonna leave it in terms of just needing to request a manual deletion from like a user. Say somebody like hey, can you delete all my data? Then I will do that. But right now, as this is a project management thing, and people might send contracts and sensitive information, or you might have conversations that you might need to use honestly in a legal situation, like maybe you're facing a lawsuit from somebody that you worked with. Both people need that information, so I need to leave it up for pretty much as long as possible. But did it. That was frustrating as fuck, but I hope I never have to look at that again. And pretty much everything else I need to do is quality of life stuff. Which I could knock out in a day or so. And then last major feature is going to be just handling notifications. That'll probably take me another 2 days, all in all, honestly, because I need to wire up every single route that needs it, and then I need to set up all the pages. And I already have a Redis server set up, so I don't need to do that. Everything should happen real time. A day or so equals a few weeks. No. Because for all this quality life stuff, I'm throwing agents at. I'm not even gonna sit here and even mess around with it. And I mean, one thing luckily for me is I've done notifications probably almost like 10 times now in the last few months, that I can do it pretty quickly, I would say. I understand exactly what needs to happen and which routes need to happen. And it's just email's already set up, server's already set up, real time's already set up. I just now need to like actually create the actions, which I'm not creating the actions. I'm literally just gonna throw my agent at. Let's got some time. Let me see if I can knock some things up. I need to scope this here. It's just way too long. Should I do this? Looks like I probably might have like lost connection real quick. Let me know when I'm back. That cool. All right, so I need to take these cards right here. Preferably, they'd only be about a third of this screen height, and then just match overflow. Limit the listing to 10 each, and then add a view all button here, which I would need to create a separate route for. So let's just do that right now. Well, all right, so let's go. Let me know when I'm back. While you're not back, yeah. I actually think I just dropped out of like Twitch. I think sometimes I just drop out of Twitch more than other ones. I don't really know why. Let's go route. First of all, let's cancel this. Task. No. I have a project route. Let's do workspaces. Notifications. Then for my project route, I already have it here. Project/index is the just make a project route, huh? Tasks, workspaces here. Let's do this. Actually, no, let's not do that. Go. Actually, yes, let's do that. Need to figure out that project's one. Let's go workspaces. And notifications. Time for you to go sleep. Yeah, it's probably late out there, man. Appreciate you hopping in here and enjoying the chat, man. Nice talking to you, and might catch you next time. Okay, projects, task, workspaces, notifications. This needs to go. Don't know if that's gonna cause issues, but I'm gonna try it anyways. So I'm creating separate routes for my tasks, my projects, and my workspaces, so a person can see their full. Do I actually code? Yes, I code quite a bit. I also prompt quite a bit. It's pretty much both. I think that's pretty much the kind of flow for everybody these days. My invitations, projects, microcodes, wire, my tasks. All right. So I don't want to have to go in here and wire up all of this. I'm just going to go ahead and tell it to wire up these for me already. It's going to take all of these, give them individual routes, and then need to add a button here to those routes. Decrease the height, maybe max height something. I don't know. Good question. Let's see. Huh. Ghost. View. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. To workspaces, I believe. You. Oh, okay. Good work. Let's go flex. Go flex. Shrink 0. Let's try that. All right, that's better. Don't like that plus though. That maybe make it an outline. What do you think? Cool. Oh, you ghost though. And then let's just copy this thing and reuse it here. Oops, my bad. Let's copy this. Patience. Justify between. Okay, no, since that's already on the number, let's do this. Come here. Let's take this badge. Shit. Domestic invitation to link grade 0. I'll take this badge. Okay, let's do it. Take this badge and that should be the div. Let's go. Patience. Why is this? All right, let's go. Div. But then let's hit this button again. Shit. Keep forgetting. Go to my projects. Go flex item center and justify between, and then let's give you a same thing, a flex 1 shrink 0. Cool. And let's do the same thing for you. So, all right, that looks good. And then, some of you guys say I need a back button. Not set up yet. My projects. Oh, let's fix that. Let's go to task. Invitation slash task. Cool. Now I need to clean that up. I think I'm gonna reuse this setup for these. Just fine. All right, so that mostly works. Let's go. Let's do that now. Settings, and let's go to tasks, dashboard. This div. Just take this div right here. Reuse these. This div is the very bottom, so let's bring you down here. It's better. Now this is task, so let's go task. View here. Latest active task. Workflow by task. I don't want it in a. Take it out of that card. Do that. Let's go. Let's delete this and don't know. Let's just change it to the div. Why not? Let's try that. It's better because come here like that. I'll go to my dashboard. See my active task. Release active task and manage workflow. Cool. I think these should probably be side by side, huh? I go grid. Side by side grid. Two, three, four. All right, I like that better. So then let's go. Need a back button. Let's do the same thing. Let's go to layout and let's go back to copy you and then above task bottom. Actually, okay, here on click. Let's go right there. Let's just do that. And let's import you. On click. That's annoying. Um, too much going on. I can't read it. What am I building? I am building a basically a project management app that allows freelancers to take a client from onboarding them to project completion. In essence, that's basically what I'm building. I'll just show you a quick little test. So let's go here. So as a user, you can create a workspace. Just basically your area of everything, like your overview, your projects, notes from your projects, active task, clients, members. You can invite members. You can manage your projects here. This is a completed one, but you basically take them through messaging. You assign task get completed. You can assign other teammates, coworkers, members, whatever, to complete task or leave them notes or whatever. Basically, it's just taking somebody through the whole process of all that, skipping emails and unnecessary bloat. That's basically what it is in the shortest possible explanation. Wow, it's pretty useful. I appreciate it. I thought so. When I started freelancing and doing work for, other people's businesses, I realized that most people don't have a system. And it's probably my least favorite part of freelancing is the project management and the countless email threads you end up having with one client to solve one simple problem. So like if I keep everything in one focused flow from start to finish, and they don't need to keep going back and forth with me. That is pretty much the reason why I did it. It was selfishly I hated emails and having to deal with all that, but I think it's a useful thing, and maybe other people will too. Um, I kind of don't like that. I'm just gonna root button. That's root button. I'll do it like that. All right. So what else? So all right. So I need to update my projects the same. Let's go. Take this. there. Remove you. Then you're gonna be here. And let's remove the port. Slowing down on me here. All right, so projects. And manage your workflow now. That and then let's take this. All right, so this is card is that content. I want to have to rewrite this whole thing. So let's do gap 0, padding 0, margin 0, and background transparent. There's a padding somewhere. Right here. I think. Good question. Which one is this? Padding X card content. Okay. Cool. Border none. Where's this border coming from? Maybe border none. Oh, shadow none. Cool. All right, that fixed that. And that looks good. All your latest projects. Latest task. Let's stack them side by side. Cool. Let's change this to back to dashboard. If I go arrow. You got that. Let's come here. Same. Dashboard. All right. Dashboard. Back view. All right, I need to change that color for the cards. Background, not transparent. No, background is transparent. Let's go card content. Background card. Check this. Cool. Feel like I'm getting some weird card content. Say if I rounded. I'm getting something weird here. That's that artifacting. It's this border none. What am I building? I've said this just a second ago, but basically I'm building a project management app to for freelancers and small businesses and whatever, anybody that does a lot of client work, to manage a client and their projects from start to finish all in one place. From onboarding to collecting forms, collecting details, to exchanging contracts, everything, messaging, all in one place, and anybody on your team can see and apply that to whatever needs to be done. Basically, this is the timeline. You get messaging, you get tasks that you can assign that they can complete. You can ask for revisions. You can assign things to other people that you work with. Basically, it's a project management flow, basically. And what am I trying to fix? I just some design things that I might just fix later, but I see like a weird background going on, and I don't know why. It's not that important. I'll come fix that later if I need to. It's the same for this one. Let's go to the same thing. Let's grab purple part or the border radius. I think it has to do with the card because of Shatsian, the way that they handle cards sometimes can be weird and like implement some weird styling things. So honestly, what I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna rip the card out completely and rebuild it exactly how I want. But we'll say that for later because that leaves some weird like borders and transparency issues that only happen because there's a lot of classes already being input that you don't have control over, or you do, but you just don't see. And I don't feel like digging through all that. Most people wouldn't notice it, but I do. Let's do this again. Forward this button. Come on now. Oh, something didn't copy. Down here. This. And you all of your spaces for this. Yeah, let's do this. Let's go. I don't have that issue with my tasks because I didn't use a card. It's this separate component, which I'm probably going to do as well. Yeah, see, this doesn't use any Shatsian elements. I'm probably gonna have to redo this for my projects and my workspaces as well. Just makes styling just much more consistent sometimes. But for now, I'll leave it. Let's just go. That's weird. Don't want a card header. Yeah, so actually, that don't look too bad. All right, I might actually do it like that. Let's clean that up. Where am I? All right, here's my task. Projects. Card. Cap 0. Let's remove all this. 25. Background 0. Card content. Do this. Go view it. Not that bad. Probably add a little bit more shadow, maybe. Let me see. Something's different. No. No, I'm cool with that. I'm gonna leave it for that. That works for me for now. Let's leave it like that. Then task. Let's fix this up as well. Let's come here. Add a card. Task card. That's what it was. This card content. All right, cool. Gray columns, cap 2. Added those routes. Cool. Let's fix this page up. How do I want to do that? Let's tell it. Review first. Let's go here. My chat. Refactor my card elements to be linked with a overflow scroll. Only list the latest 10 of each project task invitation and workspace list. I'd like to have let's just see right now. I'm just gonna tell it, give me a max height with an overflow scroll, and then limit all of my loaders to only the latest 10 of each project task or workspace or invitation. Basically, you're gonna make this a max height, and then it's gonna create an overflow scroll here. And let's see what it does. Typically does a pretty good job. Project route on, task route done, workspace route done. I see what it did. Here's latest workspaces. All right, only giving you 10. Where is my workspaces? Okay, limit here 10 for my invitations. Limit 10 for my task and limit 10 for my projects. That's right. Max height. We'll see. It's not bad. Don't something happened here. Let's look at that. Max height, overflow auto, padding rate 1. Yeah, padding right. Let's fix that. Same. All right, I fixed that. And then instead of max height, let's just call you height. Let's just check that. And then instead of 28 RM, 112. WebKit scroll bar. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna change the WebKit scroll bar. I hate the one that they have now. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's remove you. Remove the padding. All right, let's give this a go. Almost. It broke some things obviously here, but we can go and fix that. Yeah, I always go in and add a global scroll bar for sure. For sure. It's just wasn't high on my list of things, but absolutely, because that scroll bar is atrocious. Atrocious. Now let's figure out why it did that. Okay. Workspaces. Maybe the padding was for that. No. Gap. I have a gap now. Grid height. Grid height. Gap. Oh. I feel like figuring this out. Let's go here. I do minimum. All right, so I want all of the cards contain same height, but that is causing issues with gaps in workspaces. And my task is filling up the entire space. Fix this. All right, overall not bad. So here, cool. I'm gonna add pagination here to get the full list. Same with all these. Need to wire this up, but I haven't finished invitations yet. Actually, I do have invitations. I do need to wire that up, as a matter of fact. All right. All right, so what did I say? All right, so I added a flex. That's what caused the problem. That's what fixed it. And that's 144. Same. Same. And same. Let's go over here. Let's check this again. All right, that looks much better. So it's displaying properly. I might need to fix this gapping here, and this padding is wrong, but overall not too bad. Inspect that. That is, should be a gap. It's the space. It's got to be the space. Interesting. Got to be the spacing. I don't really want to figure all this out. What am I building? I mean, I've got a lot of questions. Basically, it's a project management app that is for clients and freelancers to basically walk a client through the entire process of a project that you might have with them, from onboarding to messaging to sending and completing tasks and having a complete transactional history of everything that has been done. If you can look like this, the timeline, you get messaging, you get tasks, you have notes. You can invite other members of your team here and they can see everything that's going on, and you can actually view the full timeline history of, let's say, a task that needs to be done, and you can get details if it needs additional stuff. Basically, just a full project management thing. That is it in its shortest possible form. So something's with the padding. Let me see. Interesting. I appreciate it. I think it's pretty interesting. Basically, I have had to, well, I've started to kind of freelance myself and do some work like that, and it's honestly one of the most annoying aspects of just dealing with clients is managing clients and the projects and managing all the messages, because it always ends up in like 5 different email threads, and then maybe you need to send it to a teammate or somebody that you work with, and they need to get up to speed with everything that has happened. It's just, there needed to be a better way, at least for me personally. So it was also good for me personally, and it also is good for just improving my skill with coding. Just remove that padding. My invitations. And honestly, it's mostly done. All the projects functionality is done. I'm just doing basic chore work now, and quality of life design little touches and whatever. But I use Superbase for all of my apps currently. So yes, that is, I'm very familiar with Superbase. I use Superbase for all my deployments as of right now. Yeah, why this is not space Y2. Card header. Card is, that's why. You think. All right, so what's the gap that was causing it? All right, let's figure that out. Let's delete that gap or re-add it basically in the invitations. Doesn't have it, so refresh. All right, that's much better. I think it's in a good space right here. All these views are done. Workspace done. Invitations. I mean, you sound like you, hey, Mike John Eviota. I think that's how I say your name. Let me know if I butchered it, but it sounds like you program a little bit yourself. So what do you build? What do you do? Cool. Good spot. Good spot. Good spot. Good spot. Can knock that out, and then let's see. Let's see. What else can I knock out? No, I need to clean this up. All right. Let's. Should be easy. Let's go here. Keep it simple. Marco Bizarro, what's up? What language am I using? I mean, React Router 7 is the framework that I use. So I guess, TypeScript and JavaScript and, all that goodness that comes with it is my primary language that I am most proficient with. React Router 7 is where no, I'm not Router JS. This is React Router 7. So this is framework of, React. So just TypeScript, honestly, and JavaScript, but a mix of those two. But with the framework and everything, makes it much easier. Those projects. All right, where am I? I need to be layout, dashboard, client. Just no header. Let's see. It is, so let's put you here. Details. And project style. Client projects link. On click. Border. Top. Border. I want to say 12. Let me see. Card. That's for projects. So border top 16, indigo. See that? There we go. You should try Next.js. Next.js was the first framework that I ever used, actually. You can skip that router and stick to predictable file-based router. Rust. Nux, this is where it's at. Everybody keeps saying Rust. Rust. Everybody needs to use Rust. I have not drank that Kool-Aid yet. I might or might not check it out sometime in the future. I just kind of just literally got comfortable with my current setup, but maybe. Solid JS 10 stack. There's a lot of, I mean, yeah, I know 10 stack and all that stuff. I mean, obviously Rack Router 7 used to be Remix, but now it's just kind of its own thing. I did use Next.js at first. That was the first one. And yeah, it does make things easier. But honestly, I didn't like the abstraction of what it was doing, honestly. Like, I liked getting a little bit closer to the code, and I just felt like I understood exactly what was happening with my code base more so with React Router. I like the loaders and actions. Maybe some people don't, but I actually kind of do. And I've gotten pretty comfortable with the routes and how to write and everything. So I feel like once you get pretty comfortable, you kind of stick with what you want. But Next.js was the first one. Like you said, the vendor lock-in was another major reason I don't use Next.js. I host everything on my own VPSs because I learned how to roll my own kind of servers and virtual private servers and all that in my own backend. I like having the flexibility and control of that, and it's way cheaper than obviously the surges that you can get with some of those serverless things, which while Vercel is extremely easy to deploy on, I've gotten pretty comfortable with my own VPSs. So that's basically why I'm using React Router 7 in my current setup, is because Next.js wasn't gonna vibe with me with the vendor lock-in. That was for sure. What's up, Panic Compiler? How am I? I'm good. Just out here, just plugging away. You're a senior Rust dev. Ask me anything, I'll spread the propaganda. I've been hearing it. I've definitely been hearing the propaganda. I can't lie. Like, everybody is like, this is the way to go. You need to use Rust. So I don't know, man. I'm not opposed to it, but that just feels like, I just look at it, I'm like, that's a whole nother thing I gotta learn. I don't even know how to say that name. Zach. I don't even want to say it because I don't know what that might mean. But hello, blood. What up, cuz? What up, cuz? Hello, blood. Yeah. All right. So that looks better. Clean that up. All right, that's cool. Let's do this. What else I got? It's not something else. So let's come here. Oh, I might have lost connection on Twitch. I seem to be still up on YouTube and whatnot, but let me know if I'm up. Think I'm up. I don't know. Let me know. I think I'm back. Tailwind V4 got container breakpoints now. Can make. I mean, I do. I know. I actually use Tailwind V4, and I've used it for a little bit now, so I am well aware about their container breakpoints, and it does save so much time. I agree 1000%. I don't have to keep Googling, all right, what's the break point of this? What's the break point of that? Yeah, no, I agree with that. Rust is an investment. I spent 3 years writing full stack apps in React. Honestly, it was a game changer. You get seamless serialization without needing Zod and top of the class tool chain. I mean, look, everything I've heard has sounded tempting. It's definitely sounded tempting. I haven't crossed over to the dark side yet. I'm still, plugging away with you know, React and React frameworks and all that shit. But I might take that plunge. I might take that plunge if I finish off a couple of these and get them up. I'm definitely gonna start branching out and seeing what else is out there. I mean, like I said earlier, I want to learn Python and some other core things. So I'll be up to it. But right now, in the middle of this, I can't switch over. I can't switch over. But I have heard nothing but good things without needing Zod. But I've gotten so comfortable with Zod. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've gotten super comfortable with Zod. Anthony the Steph Anthony the Stefano 2328. What's up, man? Um 25 years programming for IBM. Damn. Congrats, man. That's kind of dope. My best advice is study Cloud Code. It can help you build and automate anything, not to mention become a tutor for any language and help you learn. Honestly, that's pretty much how I've used. I haven't just studied Cloud Code, but I have used a lot of agents during this whole process, and I have used it primarily as a tutor. For the first 6 months, I didn't use AI in any of my code in building and things like that, but I did use it a lot when I was stuck on problems and to explain things deeper to me and maybe provide examples. So yeah, that's exactly how I used it. I used it as a tutor, and I didn't actually use it or let it do any coding for me until at least 6, almost 8 months later. So I agree with you there. Cloud Code, though, I've just jumped from agent to agent, whatever is the hot one at the moment, or the cheapest, quite honestly. Yeah. Programmer next door, Tio, what's up? Happy Friday, brother. Happy Friday to you. Tapping in from Toronto. Shout out Toronto. Creative technologist over 15 years. That's dope. That's dope. What do you 15 years? So what have you been building all these 15 years? You've been working with companies, you've been freelancing, you build apps, you build websites. What do you do? And then Mike John, if you want Rust speed and web, just stick into Bun. Rust, in my opinion, is for selected people only. Good luck. Is all right. If you want Rust speed and web, just stick it into Bun. Rust, in my opinion, is for selected people only. Good luck diving Rust if you're coming from web dev from you. Yeah, that's why I'm a little hesitant. I'm a little hesitant to take that dive. I'm not against it, but I like to say I am a pretty good well, I'm a pretty quick learner, and I understand how to learn things pretty efficiently, but Rust is, we'll see. And stick it in the bun. Rust is about poetry. It's actually not hard. I mean, I'm not saying it's hard, but it takes time. It's going to take time to learn something new and kind of rewire how you work when I literally just got comfortable with the way my workflow happens. I feel like I need one of those split programming keyboards. What's the one that everybody uses? I feel like once I graduate to one of those, then I can be like, yeah, I use Rust. You know what I mean? I can go around just letting people like, oh, you don't use Rust? Like, what's up with you? You know what I mean? Like, your Daily Dev 23, what's up, man? Thanks for joining the chat. How's it going? How's your night going? Mike John, the borrowing of me will gaslight your existence. And then Marco Bizarro, the slippery slope. Now I Nexus, Neo Vim Z, and CLI tools. Like, you sound like somebody that has, what's the Kinesis keyboards? You sound like you have a Kinesis keyboard. Like, you might not know if I made it or my app is doing well or I'm making a lot of money, but if I have one of those keyboards, You'll know I made it. Panic compiler. What'd you say? You say go live too? Okay. You be live coding? What do you be building? I might, hop in and check that out. Appreciate you for hopping in here. Um, NeoVim and Rust. Programming next door. So I was doing full stack for dev for years, but mixed that in with 3D web experience and game dev. Huge accessibility advocate. I worked on the first wave of screen reader banking tech in Canada. Hey, that's fire. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the strongest with accessibility. It's pretty much something I don't always think about in the middle of my coding, but I like right before I launch something in production, it's always that panic mode. Like, oh shit, I gotta get all these accessibility points in here, and then I'm more one of those. I'm a panic accessibility programmer, so to say, but I know it's needed. But you kind of forget sometimes. I should make a Discord community site somewhere else that's resonates. I mean, I feel like you're doing a pretty good spreading your message right now. You are definitely evangelizing for Rust. All right, so I scoped this that you can't mark this as completed if there are no messages. Cool. Create at least one message or task for completing the project. Cool. Okay, scope that. Actually, what time is it? All right. What else? What else can I knock out? Need to add some scoping for the. All right, so I need to add some scopes for some guards at least for owner role change. Let's see. I need to add some guards for owner role changes and removals. Let's see. Only an owner can change their role, and only if there is another owner. An owner can't be removed if there is only one owner. Let's say this. An owner can't be removed. They will have to delete the entire workspace or transfer another member to owner, then change their own. All right, let's add some guards. All right, let's see what it added. So far, okay. Basically, I'm counting the owners, so I'm making sure there's at least one owner at all times, and you can't change your owner role or the owner's role until there's at least two. So that's what I'm implementing right now. If member of that role is owner, owners can't remove, transfer ownership, and change role or delete the workspace. So you cannot delete yourself. And then guards is demoting owner. If current member role is not equal owner, you can't change it. Basically, only an owners can change an owner, and can only change yourself. Then here's the owner count. If it's less than two, at least one other owner is required before changing your role. Can change. If not, sell target owner. Can remove target member. If you can't, do nothing. Otherwise, return true. Cool. Then you add some guards here. That's already had a managed member, but now I broke it down to change role and can remove. All right, that should work. So if I come in here and I go to workspace, go to members, let's reload this. First type check, let's reload this. I'm the only owner. If I try, I cannot. There's no action that allows me. I can, however, change their roles. Anything I want. And if I change, let's see, to just make her an owner. Granting owner access full. Okay, update. Now I should be able to. Yep, now I can. Cool. I can't, but I cannot go back in here and change her role again because now she is a co-owner. But I could change my role and then leave from workspace, basically transferring ownership in that manner. So let's go back. Let's lock her in. I believe it's 3. Check my role. Look, I'm my owner. I can't change his. I can change theirs, but I can change mine. Let's go back to admin. Cool, that works. More chores down. Let's clean up these timelines as well. For example, I can't complete this project until it's done. You really like the color palette I chose. It's very common, so I appreciate that. I tried to make it something that you could spend a good amount of time, like kind of looking at. I would say, as a programmer, I'm definitely design first, 1000%. I need to update this. Go to projects. No. Yeah, let's go to projects. So I want to put this button basically into my input. So I'm going to place my send button in the text area. Input always at the bottom right. Let's see. Do a quick check. Let's see. Should, after a certain amount of height, scroll bar, which I don't have. I need to fix that. All right, and then at the bottom right, and after a certain height, create a scroll bar in the text area. You need some users to have godlike privileges in your current setup. What happens if the co-owner is no longer active and cannot remove themselves from the role? I mean, that's a good that is a good kind of question. You're right. The problem is if I give one person, godlike privileges completely, then say you started a company, right? And you both co-own it. What's to prevent me just from removing you from the workspace because we're having a problem or a legal dispute and now you no longer have access to our avenue of doing business? It's kind of difficult. It's kind of a dilemma. You don't want to give one person too much control over workspace that might have co-ownership or multiple workers. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that is something I thought about. I haven't really come up with a concrete answer to yet, but I'll continue to think about it because it happens a lot. You have co-ownership, you guys have a falling out. Who gets what? That's typically legally handled and answered. Exactly. So then why should I give them the power beforehand to remove them? If everyone has admin privileges, then you don't have to handle roles. Um, I mean, it feels only that way. So, for example, I personally do some freelancing, right? Maybe I'm not a graphic designer, which this actually happened. I'm not a graphic designer, but I have a friend who's a graphic designer. And let's say I need to invite them in to my project to handle some client work from the graphic design standpoint, but I only need him there for that project. Should he get full admin privileges to have access to all my projects? Probably not. There's just a lot of kind of little details that you have to consider. And you're right, it would be a legal issue. But that's why I say I leave it up to the courts. So y'all can go figure that out yourself. But until then, I don't think giving somebody complete control over a workspace that might have multiple owners is necessarily the right way to go. At the end of the day, I will have an admin backend to have full control. And then if you legally say he is no longer owner of such and such, then I might just go in there and remove it yourself. But until that arises, I don't think it's the right move to give somebody full control over everything. I think the issue here is scope. People can have super admin privileges in the correct context and scope. I agree. But I don't know that scope either. Like I'm leaving it pretty open ended and allowing people to define how their workspace is going to be handled and look themselves. I just think it can get pretty messy. And I mean, for the most part, I think most people are just going to have one owner and not really deal with co ownership. But who knows? It'll be something I definitely think about because at least whoever creates the workspace is automatically the owner. So you have to grant ownership to another person voluntarily in the first place. I try not to get too in the weeds because that can kind of bog me down, but I typically try to like let them handle those issues themselves. Good point. Yeah, I mean, I've actually spent a lot of time considering this. Honestly, the hardest part of this about this build is not the code or the features or all that kind of systematic things. It's literally been edge cases and considerations, especially when it comes to something like this, which might be handling sensitive information and businesses and legal can get in the way. So yeah, you really out here grinding his head. Yeah, appreciate it, J2. Um, I'm trying to get this done. Like, it's basically come down to like I'm like 10% away from the finish line to get this up on my server and get at least some production testing going, and get this out to the public. So like that little last 5 to 10% is always the fucking longest, because you literally just little issue at the little issue just pops up that you might have pushed off probably a little bit too long. That finish line be looking closer and closer and farther at the same time. Let me tell you. Why is it type button? Choose variant. Hmm. All right, let's try this. Let's come here. I don't know about outline. Let's go ghost. What do you think? Cool, but let's actually create a go maybe 3.5. Let's do it before. All right, we gonna grind together another 20 hours. Honestly, that legit might be what if they. I heard rumor that edge cases don't actually exist until you're a month into launch. Honestly, it is true. Like honestly, I mean, edge cases for the most part, that they're called edge cases because you won't hit most of them. You literally won't. But I also don't want to find out. Like, I try not to find out as much as I can up front, so I don't have to like do any hot fixes or production crashing is inevitable. That is. I mean, I personally have never had production fully crash, but yeah, it is inevitable. But my edge cases in this case isn't so far about production, but more about ownership, roles, management, project management, basically legal shit that can happen when you're dealing with business. And somebody who's dealt with business, my degree is actually business, and I've done a lot of business on the side. There's just so many like legal issues and recording issues and transparency that needs to take place on something like this, and that is more so the edge cases that I've worried about more than anything else production wise. It's always more so like user interactivity, user experience, and making sure that everybody has the appropriate access to something. Because when you're dealing with money and you're dealing with transactions on a business standpoint, last thing you want to do is like be on an app that fails you, basically, that erases all transaction history, all history, that you can't get access to certain things. That's just not a good look. So that's more so the edge cases that I've been trying to like kind of tighten up more so than anything. That's honestly what's taking me the longest with this. Plate is the way. Yeah, yeah. What is it? It's played, and what's the other one that everybody uses? It's I was literally just looking at it the other day. Stripe. Have you used Stripe? I think everybody uses Played or Stripe. I've used Stripe on a couple platforms. It's pretty easy. But right now, I'm not considering payment sources yet. I'm just getting this up for testing, and it's gonna be free initially, and then I'm gonna implement my pro features, so to speak. I might want to consider event sourcing. Hmm. Now, when you say event sourcing, what exactly do you mean? You mean like storing each and every event that might take place? I mean, I low key kind of have that. already built in just to the projects. Well, Stripe integration is a nightmare. They got like 6,000 webhooks. Um, all right, I said easy, but once you get comfortable, honestly, I ain't had that much problems. I ain't had that much problems when I used it. It was like, all right, I figured it out. Easy is maybe not the term I would use, but easy enough for me. And I feel like I don't know, more so when you get comfortable with APIs. I feel like I got a pretty good eye of what I need to like use now. So you mean event sourcing? I mean, this is basically event sourcing right here. So it tracks every comment, it tracks all tasks, and then within the task, there's also event sourcing and documentation. So, I mean, if you mean like event sourcing, like on the server side, not sure if that's necessarily needed, but it's definitely something that could be possible in the future. Um, I think I have too much padding. Why the hell is it padding so high? All right, let's remove the padding, right? Because it shouldn't even matter. Let's do that. Padding bottom, let's go 8. You can build a bus, emit events, and it acts as a logger. If anything goes wrong, you can pull up the events, but it is also part of the event-driven architecture in general. Huh. That's interesting. Hmm. The bus covers your back, front, and DB all at once. Nice meeting you. See you around. All right, man. I can't say your username, but appreciate you hopping in and joining the chat. See you around. Each event has a unicache. I mean, that's interesting. I've never actually considered doing something like that. I definitely look into it. Creating a bus and emitting events and acts as a logger. Would you basically set up as a separate server, separate database? How would you kind of store everything? Obviously, you probably wouldn't do it in each one, but each event has a unique cache. I definitely consider it. I'm trying not to also over engineer. You know what I mean? That's better. Let's see. All right, so I need to increase that height to, let's say, try 16. $20. That ain't supposed to happen. Supposed to break to get in line, but all right, fix that. You could in microserver architecture, you have a server that just tracks things. It's great for legal. It also shows who paid when and everything. Huh. I mean, that makes sense. Definitely makes sense. I probably wouldn't put that obviously now for my MVP version, but if I started to get significant traction, it would definitely be something I would consider implementing. It's something I was already considering to do with one of my other apps, which it handles a lot of media. Is basically creating a creating an intermediary server that can handle like malware scanning and all that. So I kind of get what you're saying. You can drive the balance of payments of customers from events directly. That's cool. I actually might consider doing that. For this one, I'm just gonna try to get up as quick as possible and then get some testing and get some feedback. And then if I get some traction, that's definitely something that probably be on my bucket list of things to add. Am I all right? No bullshit 47. Which team? I used to play overseas. No bullshit. Are you afraid about the sports betting corrupting basketball and football? I mean, sports betting has been around forever, like literally forever. Like the only difference now is that the entire general public can participate at a degree that they were never able to before or never felt comfortable with before. Um, Sports betting has literally been going on for forever. Like I've definitely played with certain individuals or played against certain individuals. So like I've heard some things and played against some teams in some places where it's like, oh yeah, like there's definitely influence going on. I'm not so worried about necessarily corrupting basketball, football. It's already been corrupted, but I'm more so worried about. I don't think it's good that everybody should just be sports betting all the time, like constantly. Like I think it's a little crazy, but in terms of the sport, it's I mean the money has always been the corrupting factor, no matter what, and it's not like some new phenomenon. You just might be seeing it more and more. Trust me, it's always been going on. And I went to school in Nevada, so I can tell you it's always been going on. Okay. Thank you for the honesty, though. I mean, it's just a fact, man. Like, it's just is what it is. Like, you give anybody temptation to make a quick buck, or so they think they can. There's not a ton of people that can not go down that road. Honestly, I mean, there's obviously a lot of people, but there's also a not insignificant amount of people that would willingly go down that road. If anything, aside from the players, it's more so more so the fans, man. Like I've never seen so many fans in my life so focused and talking about betting when watching games than ever like they are today.
Yeah.
Appreciate the sub. So yeah, I'm more worried about the fans than the actual sport. I mean, at the highest levels, some dudes is making a lot of fucking money regardless, and like the elite of the elite don't need that. But on the fringes, 1,000%. But that's always been going. I'm gonna tell you honestly. All right, so I need to fix this. This is breaking wrong. It shouldn't be breaking like that. What it should be is breaking to a new line, but it's not. All right, but I got this in. Let's see. Probably push this button over. All right, that shouldn't be happening either. Yeah, see. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. The only gripe I really have with Shatsian sometimes is with containers and not really respecting the different layers and levels above them. A lot of times containers break or get pushed out wide or like not respect, just like this. Like this is not supposed to be happening. All right. I forget. I've actually fixed this problem a couple times. I just do not remember how I fixed it. That didn't work. I think it's because the container isn't relative, maybe. All right. Front end is React. What language is the back end? So I'm using a framework. So this is React Router 7 That's for the framework, and for the back end, I typically just use Superbase and communicate with it directly with Drizzle. And then just use, all really sick RLS and other security things to make sure it's all secure. But yeah, I don't have like a specific setup backend. It's just Superbase and Drizzle to communicate with Superbase. I think that's pretty much kind of the flow these days. Why is this not? All right, there we go. Let's start again. No, it's not. All right, hold on. We'll give a Victoria get a show. Let's see. All right, that's better. Now let's go. Should remain. Increase the padding for the bottom. So much better. All right, there we go. That was annoying. Refresh this one more time. All right, let's see. Make sure it's working. This is there. All right, cool. This is a message. Works. Should be able to complete the project. I don't know why it's not updating. Oh, it hasn't been started. That's why. Cool. I'll purify. Cancel complete. Foundations, update timeline. All right. Last thing I'm probably gonna do for the stream is finish updating this timeline. It needs to be reworked because as of right now, there's a couple things I need to fix. Do I have to watch film? I did have to watch film. After practice, yes, and after games, no. It's not only a football thing. You watch a lot of film in basketball. As a matter of fact, people have players, you watch film after games that you had improvements. Yes, you watch a lot of film. It's pretty much everyday thing in most places. All right, so this is a project. Oh, I'm still in this project. Okay. All right, so I need to remove, right now it's kind of like auto jumping to the bottom when there's a new message. I want to remove that functionality and might tighten up infinite loading if I can check where that is. This is my infinite loading somewhere. See, publish a real-time event. Cool. Stream for real-time events is stream push event. Sending a message. All right, so that's all. It's basically sending a message. This is should be infinite loading. Let me see. No, where is it? Project message stream cursor. Here it is. Limit list projects messages. Where's the load? Rate limiting. I don't know if I have infinite loading set up or not. I don't think I do. Yeah. So I'm not gonna do that right now, but I need to implement infinite loading to grab all my new messages, and then I need to clean up some things on the timeline. And then that'll be it for mostly pagination, for mostly kind of chores. And then I have to do like obviously implement some searching, which is pretty easy, and some filtering, which is also easy. And then last thing I have to do is notifications and handling that, and then style some emails. So that's probably about it for the next 3 days. I would say 4 days maybe. But other than that, I'm about to hop off. I did a bunch, so 5.5 hours. This was like straight coding. Appreciate it. Appreciate all y'all that joined the chat. That gave me a follow, gave me a sub. I'll definitely be back on here again. Try to knock this out as quickly as I can, but I always appreciate the comments and questions. Ask Claude the realistic time for me to learn this, and it said 5 to 10. Hold on, you asked Claude the realistic time for me to learn this, and it said 5 to. That is a lie. It does not take you 5 to 10 years to learn this. Trust me. You're one of the coolest basketball and all. Why are you hanging out with us nerds? I mean, because maybe deep down I am a nerd. You know what I mean? Maybe deep down I am a nerd, and that's okay. I also like to do fun shit too, but man, I appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, Marco. Appreciate, no bullshit. 6339. Everybody that joined the chat. And I'll be back. I will definitely be back. Got some more. And I think I'll do one of my other apps here soon. Just give me a break, a mental break, honestly. So check back soon. Appreciate y'all joining. Peace.